Viene ahora el rector, Oscar, y luego cierra el rector.
Sí, exacto. Es así. ¿Cómo se llama? ¿Cómo se llama el? Sí. Solo digo para servicio. Ahora voy a ver.
Y en el ordenador. Aquí. ¿Qué tal? No sé si habéis visto. ¿Quién ha puesto esta foto? Ha puesto a todos los chicos. No hay mujeres.
¿Ah, sí?
Mira.
¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa?
No,
Lo que no.
Esto es en la mesa de los.
Questo lo io per risolvere differente. Instrumentation control. Sí. No, porque yo no sé dónde está.
Sí, perdona. Sí, no puedo ni presentar ni modelar.
No hay nada por detrás, pero no sé si un poco raro. ¿Por aquí? No. Tampoco. ¿Sí?
Tienen aquí como...
Me extrañaba que fuera acá.
Mucho tiempo. Muy bien, gracias. Sí, no puede conocer a toda la gente con la máscara, pero ahora sí. ¿Verdad?
Estamos preparando con alegría, me decía Ana que con alegría de organizado volver a ver.
¿Dónde? Tengo que ponerlo en una ficha. Ahora está abierto, pero tengo que cerrarlo y meterlo en... Pero no. ¿Sí? ¿Qué? Tiene que cambiar, pero...
Aquí se puede cambiar, yo creo que sí.
Quería ver la computadora,
Tienes algo para apuntar y avanzar y avanzar.
Si quieres tomar por la de luz, si quieres lo puedes tomar.
Hay otro internet.
es que
Y luego si... No, no, no. Para hacer preguntas. Sí. Sí, sí, eso sí.
El micro que ha cerrado.
Sí.
Yo creo que sí, no estoy directamente, lo voy a hacer únicamente, bueno, a dar la bienvenida, a darle las gracias y...
Creo que sí. Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening also, since there is people maybe in other parts. And welcome all of you to this bimodal workshop entitled Anaerobic Digestion Quo Vadis. As the Vice-Chancellor of Research, Innovation of Transfer of the University of Valladolid, for me it's a real pleasure to say hello to all of the participants of this very interesting meeting, which has been organized by the researchers of the Institute of Sustainable Processes of the University of Valladolid in close cooperation with researchers of the Group of Environmental Biotechnology belonging to the Cretus Center of the University of Santiago de Compostela. First of all, I want to thank the organizers, Pedro Garcia, Raúl, all the people of the Institute, for the effort to organize the workshop and its high scientific and technical quality, putting together an important group of experts in this matter from all over the world. It is worth noting to mention that this meeting is one of the first to be organized in person after the COVID-19 pandemic in the University of Valladolid, and probably not only here. Fortunately, the pandemic, at least in Spain, seems to be decreasing, and more or less normal activity is being recovered. The bimodal way, in any case, allows this kind of activities to arrive to much more people and much more far away, and it's a pleasure to say hello to people in many other cities, countries, and maybe continents which are connected to this event. It's quite interesting to note that this workshop is being celebrating 30 years later, the one that took place also in Valladolid on anaerobic processes in September 1999. From that time, a lot of things have changed regarding anaerobic processes, mainly regarding the range of application of this technology. This workshop wants to put the attention on the processes, technologies, applications, etc., of the anaerobic digestion, making in some way a revision, but obviously with the idea to think on the future of the anaerobic digestion processes. I want to emphasize the close collaboration among the researchers of both groups from the universities of Valladolid and Santiago de Compostela. This workshop is a good example of a fruitful collaboration. And it's quite interesting to note that, as well as the anaerobic digestion has grown in maturity and expanded in applications, both groups have also grown and expanded and have consolidated, and are now very strong research centers. Such close collaboration among the groups has also led to the proposal of Professor Juan Manuel Lema Rodicio, the pioneer of the Biogroup and Cretus Center of the University of Santiago de Compostela, as Doctor Honoris Causa from the University of Valladolid, an act that is going to be celebrated tomorrow morning, as an initiative of the Chemical Engineering and Environmental Technology Department of the Engineering School of the University of Valladolid. Professor Juan Manuel Lema is one of the biggest experts in anaerobic digestion. In fact, such award is the recognition of his research work on the protection of the environment and the resource recovery, with innovative initiatives such as the biological treatment of wastewater and waste with energy recovery. It's a pleasure to have you here, Professor Juan Manuel, for your quality, and it's an honor to be tomorrow also in the Doctor Honoris Causa Award. As I have mentioned, this workshop is being celebrated after the one on September 99, 30 years later, a long time ago. But we know well about history and change in history here in Valladolid and in the University of Valladolid. Our university has been founded in 1241 and is one of the oldest universities in the world. Although our history is large and remarkable, we have known how to evolve in the time. Today, the University of Valladolid is a modern public university which has grown and has adapted to changing times, trying always to be a leading university in Spain. In particular, the University of Valladolid is making every effort to have its scientific potential channeled into research and transfer of knowledge. In particular, our university has now 12 research institutes, which are quite important and recognized research centers of our region, and are fighting hard to become research leaders in Spain and in Europe. One of the most recent institutes to be recognized is the Institute of Sustainable Processes, which has been created only 6 years ago, but with a large research trajectory of their constituting research groups, and in fact, only 2-3 years later to be created, has been awarded with a regional project which selected those research centers with a big potential to be recognized as distinguished national research centers in the short term. In particular, the University of Valladolid, and mainly due to their research institutes, has a very large expertise and successful in European projects, being the first university in our region by the number and economical amount of European projects developed. Not without effort, we are fighting hard to make the University of Valladolid a big research center and to continuously become one of the leading universities in Spain, also in research. I want to profit this event to thank the Institute of Sustainable Processes for the effort and the emphasis they are putting to grow and to become day after day a leading research center, an effort that pushed also the University of Valladolid to grow. This workshop is a very good example of the effort of the Institute, their high scientific and technical quality, the important collaboration established with other research centers in Spain and all over the world, and the emphasis of the Institute to become a leading center in research and innovation for the development of a sustainable economy that is based on the proper management of natural resources and waste and making the most of them, which allows improving the competitiveness of the industrial sector. I want to wish you a very fruitful meeting with a large exchange of ideas regarding anaerobic digestion, making this workshop, as is intended, really a unique discussion platform of the latest scientific developments and practical application in anaerobic digestion. So have a very good and productive meeting on anaerobic digestion. Thanks to the organizer, to the speakers, and to all of the participants of this event. Thank you very much. And now Pedro Garcia, which is the director of the Institute of Sustainable Processes, is going to speak.
Okay. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to welcome you to this anaerobic digestion Cubatis workshop, not only to the people who are present in this room, but also to people who are assisting online to this meeting. As our Vice Rector said, this meeting has been organized in collaboration by the Cretus and the Bio Group of the University of Santiago Compostela and the Institute of Sustainable Processes of the University of Valladolid. And I think that is an interesting way of work to collaborate, to be able to join in this meeting some of the at this moment more important research and work is in the anaerobic digestion field. Our idea was to know how is the situation at this moment. We did something similar 30 years ago, but things has changed a lot, and this was a very, very nice opportunity to meet again. I think I have seen in this room not a lot, but some people who also assisted to that meeting 31 years ago, oldest, but some of them. And our idea is at this moment to know how anaerobic digestion has changed from wastewater and sometimes sludge treatment to be a process in order to be able to obtain some raw materials from waste, and that's the future. And then in this meeting we are trying to know what is the actual situation and what will be the future. I think also that at this moment in Spain there is elaborating the roadmap of biogas, and then it's a good occasion because the future of the biogas is under elaboration, and the biogas comes from the anaerobic digestion. Also, I would like to acknowledge the people who has been collaborating in the preparation of this workshop, people who have been checking the emails, contacting with the assistant online and in person to this meeting, and making that everything can go right. And thank you for coming and welcome.
I want to give the word now also to Juan Manuel de Marrodicio. Again, thanks for staying here and to be present in this meeting and also in the art of tomorrow.
So thank you very much really for coming, namely to the speakers and also to organizer for this fantastic symposium. This personal, I also thank you for coming. That occasion allows me to meet again so many friends and colleagues, so thank you very much. This seminar, I think, is very timely. 30 years ago, as Scott said, here in Valladolid, we celebrated a workshop dealing with the anaerobic digestion amateur technology for wastewater treatment. Amateur technology for wastewater treatment. And indeed, it is. So we have not to fight against anybody because anaerobic digestion is there. But the purpose of the seminar of today is a little bit different. It's just to open a window to the future. What will be the next opportunities of anaerobic digestion? It is very clear that in the context of circular economy, in the context of biorefinery, the central element of these plants would be anaerobic digestion. So we think that the possibilities of anaerobic digestion for the near future are really fantastic. And for open this window, we ask just the best in Europe and America to enlighten us. So we have selected, or the organizers have selected six brilliant scientists and two also brilliant coordinators of the session that I'm sure that will give us the keys for the future. But also, I really rely very much on the discussion at the end of the seminar. The discussion between us, giving ideas, I think it will be a very interesting opportunity to reflect ourselves about our work in the future. So again, thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for inviting me. And I'm sure we are enjoying this meeting, at least in the same level of intensity as we did 30 years ago. Thank you.
Okay, so now the meeting is opening and the conference will start. Okay, so enjoy the meeting and I hope you will profit all the conference and the discussion.
Okay, good afternoon. Also on behalf of my colleague Marta Carvalla from University of Santiago de Compostela and myself, Raúl Muñoz from University of Valladolid, would like to welcome you as well, to thank you for attending in person, you brave that attended the workshop in person, and also those people, most of them friends that couldn't come because some of them they were abroad or they were busy probably in the morning. So I would like to thank you for making this possible. I hope you enjoy. And we'll start introducing the speakers. We'll have the presentation will be 25 minutes, and at the end we'll have 5 minutes for questions from the audience here, and then we will pick up the most relevant questions in the chat, and those questions that cannot be answered due to time limitation, they will be discussed in the round table at the end of the workshop. We'll have a break at 4:45, a coffee break, 15 minutes, okay, to relax. You can also further discuss those remaining questions, and that's basically all. So let me introduce the first speaker. You all probably know Dr. Jules Van Leer. Jules Van Leer is full professor in wastewater treatment and environmental engineering and head of the section in sanitary engineering at the University of Delft, and he is also part-time professor at the IHE Delft, both in the Netherlands. He received his master and PhD from Wageningen University in the Netherlands, and he's, is specialized in anaerobic technology. His research interests comprise the development of cost-effective technologies for waste and wastewater treatment, recovering resources such as water, nutrients, biogas, and elements from waste streams. Research projects are focused on closing water cycles in industries, sewage water recovery for irrigating agriculture. He has co-authored more than 300 scientific publications and book chapters. He has a pretty big H index of 55. And right now, Jules is chairing the IWA Anaerobic Digestion Specialist Group. He was chairing between 2001 and 2009 and became member of the IWA Fellow Program in 2011. So I would like to welcome Jules. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your kind introduction, and of course, thank you very much for inviting me here. I feel very honored, and it was a special occasion, since I had to think 1 second, and I said, yes, I go. It's my first travel since the corona virus kept us all at home. So for me, it was also a big, a very nice occasion to, again, to catch up with old friends.
Okay, wait a second, because it's very big, or maybe you can help us. It's always it's my hand,
It's the first workshop after 2 years of Corona, so we have some technical hiccups.
Yeah, probably the computer was not used to work.
Does it work, or maybe from the? Or we use it from the pen drive?
No, it's totally out, Okay, we apologize for these technical issues.
Maybe to win some time, I can slowly start
Okay.
using the lecture. So when inviting me here, I thought, okay, what type of topic I would like to address today? And I've chosen a topic which for anaerobic technology is not the easiest one. And it is also one of the latest residual streams that were treated by anaerobic technology. It's about chemical wastewaters. Anaerobic technology developed for mainly organically polluted wastewaters coming from food industries, breweries, etc. There were the first applications in the 70s. In the 90s, there were some first reactors being constructed for chemical wastewaters. The chemical wastewaters, they are very diverse and very difficult to treat depending on the type of chemicals which we find in these wastewaters. And that brings quite some challenges. Why is this topic so interesting for us in the Netherlands? Well, industry is the biggest water consumer anyway in the Netherlands. I think that 65% of all the water is going to industry in the Netherlands. The rest to the agri, and I think 5 to 10% to the municipalities. So it is a large consumer. And what we see in the past decades, that chemical industries, they are trying to close the cycles, process water cycles. So recovering process water to be reused within the factory. The resulting streams are getting more harsh. You have refractory compounds being built up and so on. And many of the chemical companies that are interested to reclaim process water for reuse, they are faced with a very difficult waste streams. And one solution which is being implemented in the Netherlands is simply evaporation of water and then incineration. And that is sold under the umbrella of energy recovery. But they forget, of course, that you spend a lot of energy first to evaporate the water. And if you look to water, it has an energy consumption of 4.2 megajoule per cubic meter per degree Celsius. So you can imagine if you have to evaporate the water, what amount of energy you use. Nonetheless, it is seen as energy recovery. Now, these very harsh waste streams, they are very costly to evaporate. And it means also there's a huge profit margin if you are able to treat them. Now, the most mostly applied is separation technologies. And by implementing separation technologies, your stream gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and then also the evaporation gas gets smaller. However, there are a lot of waters that are very difficult to separate further. Think about condensates, waters, and these kinds of waters with all kind of aromatic compounds, polyaromatic compounds, and then is look for treatment. In many cases, aerobic treatment is applied. However, a lot of these compounds are biodegradable anaerobically. And now in this presentation, I hope we'll fix in the coming. Otherwise, I just keep on talking. Yeah, so with anaerobic technologies, and particularly the condensates with the volatile compounds, very well treatable with anaerobic technologies. Although you have to take care about the toxicants, so as the phenol type of compounds. Now, what else to say in the introduction? So maybe about, because in this presentation we will focusing on the use of membranes, and membrane technology is not new. The first application that I saw in a conference about membrane technology, that was in South Africa. What was it? 1994, I believe, Cape Town. And there was a poster presentation of Bill Ross, and he used a membrane instead of a decanter to optimize sludge digestion. And although it worked, financially it was a disaster, because the membranes in that time were very, very expensive. And to in fact replace a decanter by a membrane simply to retain the sludge inside the sludge digester is quite a costly thing. However, in the past 20-30 years, membranes prices dropped a lot, really a lot. And novel research, also we did some of this research, is that you can also use a mesh. From membrane bioreactors, both from the aerobic membrane bioreactors as well as from the anaerobic bioreactors, we know now that the cake layer is in fact a secondary membrane. And the cake layer determines your membrane resistance. And the cake layer protects your membrane. So you have way less problem with pore blocking or accumulation of organics inside the pore. So that means that cleaning in place, these type of things in membrane bioreactors are way less than, for instance, in reverse osmosis membranes or nanofiltration for separating ions from waste streams. And it makes these systems quite interesting. In fact, we develop also an anaerobic membrane bioreactor without a membrane, simply meshes. You can use meshes up to 40 micrometers, even higher, as long if you are able to develop a cake on this mesh, and so that the cake can consolidate as a membrane. We call this development as a dynamic membrane bioreactor. And then it becomes quite interesting, because then it becomes very cheap. And the interesting thing is that both these dynamic membranes, but also the membranes they now apply, they're all now UF membranes, is that the water quality after UF filtration is at a very high level. So there are no suspended solids. If you look to the commercial membrane bioreactors which are installed now, they all have 99% efficiency. There is no solids in the effluent. And that makes them very ideal as a pre-treatment for water recovery, water reclamation using reverse osmosis. And in fact, the Biothane company of the Netherlands, they solved an anaerobic membrane bioreactor in South Africa with the aim to reclaim water, combining the biology with a UF pre-treatment and then followed by an RO. So that is quite an interesting development, because then water reclamation, you can integrate it with the biology. Water treatment and water reclamation in a combined step. And that is also for these chemical wastewater. I would like to discuss one of the things that makes them of interest. Now and then anaerobics, why anaerobic? This combination of an UF with an RO under anaerobic conditions. Why is this interesting? Well, that is what I learned from the drinking water treatment. In the Netherlands, we also use deep well drinking water. They have a lot of methane in there, and so there's anaerobic water. And then they decided we keep it anaerobic. We keep it anaerobic until after RO, and then we're going to aerate it. Now, why is that? Now, then you have to go back to the RO research that has been done by Hans Vrouwenvelde in the Netherlands, who studied biofouling inside reverse osmosis. And he figured out that most of the biofouling happens in the spaces of spiral wound reverse osmosis membranes. Not so much in the pore, but in the spaces. And aerobic bacteria, they grow fast. So as soon as you aerate it and you have nutrients after aerobic treatment inside the water, you have a lot of nitrogen and a lot of phosphorus. And then under aerobic conditions with the residual BOD, clogging immediately. So the trick is, keep it anaerobic, because the anaerobic bacteria, they grow way slower than the aerobic ones. And then you have much less problems with biofouling in the spaces of the reverse osmosis. And that means also way less chemical consumption in cleaning in place what is needed.
I think it's a problem with the presentation, because Anna's presentation open.
Should not really?
Yeah, maybe it's because it's blocking because we tried with other presentation and it worked. Okay, so it's a problem with the file. So maybe we can try it on the right. Which one? Let's see how it works. Maybe it was not properly saved. This content, which I will not exactly what is it called. Yeah, we have can we convert it to PDF and maybe work from that?
I can also take my computer.
They cannot do it. So it's
Raúl, shall we? Raúl, podemos empezar con Cornell y mientras intentamos solucionar, empezar con otra.
Maybe you can make a team when we solve the problem, okay? Okay. Yeah, sorry, yours. Okay, I think it was a good idea. Maybe you can introduce Cornell, Marta.
So let's try with our second speaker. So our second speaker was Cornell Rabai. He's professor at the Center for Microbial Ecology and Technology in Ghent University in Belgium, and also honorary professor at the University of Queensland. He's one of the founders and the present Chief Technology Officer of Capture, a center focusing on resource recovery in the fields of water, carbon capture and utilization, and plastics to resource. He's founder of Hydrom, a company focusing on electrification in the water sector, and his main research efforts are on resource recovery from wastewater, particularly metals and nutrients, decentralized treatment technology, bioelectrochemistry and electrochemistry for bioproduction and bioremediation, and microbial protein production as a novel route for carbon neutral or negative feed food or polymer. He's author or co-author of more than 200 referred articles with more than 34,000 citations, so listing him as an ISC highly cited researcher. So thanks for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Marta, and it's really an honor to be here in this forward-looking symposium. It's something that I really like to do, is think about the future of our field, where we are going. So before I dive into the topic, I want to very briefly also acknowledge my collaborators in Ghent, who all contribute, of course, to the work that you see here. This is the team that I'm happy to work with at the moment, and we work on 5 themes at the moment: metals removed from water, microbial protein, bioproduction, electrification, and water. So this touches upon some of the aspects of anaerobic digestion. If you are lucky enough to come to Belgium in the coming period, you can also now visit us in a new center that we have, indeed Capture. Capture is a new 7,000 square meter center in which we bring research together to work on 3 themes: water, CO2, and plastics. All right. When I was thinking about the future of anaerobic digestion from a context of bioproduction, I was looking, in what time did we start linking anaerobic systems to, for example, bioproduction? And for long, like from the 90s, we know, for example, that we can make bioplastics from wastewater. What we do have to acknowledge that even though in the 90s we were already looking into this as a production mechanism, today only the first types of products are making their way to the market. Veolia did with Anox Kaltnes a lot of efforts in the past decades and actually mostly has abandoned those. And there's a new startup coming out of Pax Biomaterials, who is now going to look with a new demo at PHP production. So it takes a very long time to get introduced new products. And that is also an issue that is going to exist around some of the products you make from anaerobic digestion. In innovation, the hardest thing to do is to introduce a new product into a new market. Right? If you have an improved product into an existing market, for example, a biofuel, you have a new way of making ethanol, the route to market is very easy. If you make PHP from wastewater, after first fermenting anaerobically your wastewater, you're making a new product, but you also have to find a new market, and that makes it very challenging. I often use this rather controversial way of looking at the water sector, where we move in how fast we innovate. In fact, the water sector that we have today thinks they move very fast. We call ourselves very innovative, but relative to other fields, we're very slow in innovating. And this graph made by Danny Parker shows that as well. So what you see on this graph on the x-axis is basically the level of maturity of a technology. And on the y-axis, you see a number of installations. So how many of these installations exist? What you can see is that technologies like membrane, bioreactors, buffs, denitrifying filters, they can easily take 30 to 40 years to go from the lab into a mature technology that's in the market. So these new technologies move very slow. This is very challenging. Now, if we move into anaerobic digestion, the theme that I'll be talking about is the production of organic acids. And we know already for a long time that, of course, we can produce organic acids from wastewater, and we also know for a very long time the process called reverse beta oxidation, and what is now called chain elongation, by which microorganisms take small molecules like acetate and ethanol and elongate it to longer molecules such as caproic and caprylic acid. So one of the heroes in microbiology, actually, Ralph Tower, visited us a couple of years ago in Ghent. I was talking how he was working on it for his PhD. So this whole idea of now producing organic acids instead of methane from wastewaters has now led to what is called the carboxylate platform. And in the carboxylate platform, many different organic acids are being produced. From the simple ones like acetate and butyrate, VFAs. We produce also dicarboxylic acids. There's also the fast. So from succinic acid, you can go in many different directions towards other building blocks. You can make hydroxycarboxylates, such as lactic acid. And then you can make those medium chain fatty acids, the longer chain, more hydrophobic molecules that can be separated better. Now, if we're going to focus, reorient part of anaerobic digestion towards VFA, we have to realize that we move from making bioenergy into going into full bioproduction. And one challenge in that is, if you noted in the slides before, I showed you a lot of molecules. Before anaerobic digestion, it was reasonably easy. You make biogas. If you enter this carboxylate platform, you have a lot of different products to produce. And if you want to be successful, you need to be selective in the production. The process needs to be stable. You need to be able to do this at a high rate to be competitive. And you want to have, in the end, a pure product with an acceptable price, or at least that's the goal at the moment. And if you want to do that, you're going to have to go through the steps like, please pick a product, focus on a product, then understand and steer the microbiology in our reactors, get the right reactor technology to do it, focus heavily on the downstream processing, the extraction and the purification, and then also find the right market. Target already from the start the market you want to address. So where I want to give you a few examples on where for me the state of the art is in producing, for example, chain elongated molecules like caproic acid. So a couple of years ago, we ran what we would call a semi-pilot together with a number of companies, and we took a real thin stillage from a company called Terios. We fermented that in an upflow reactor, and then introduced quite a complex extraction train that was either direct electrochemical or via a traction set of units with a coupled electrochemistry in the back. Why do we use electrochemistry? Electrochemistry can take the caproate or the caprylate, so the anionic molecules, can pull them in the force of the electric field. You can pull these anions out of your broth, and this caproate arrives in an anode. What happens in an anode? It becomes very acidic. So caproate becomes caproic acid, and caproic acid is our hydrophobic molecule that phase separates. So these kind of electrochemical processes allow, without adding base and acid, which is the big problem in many extraction processes, to get a phase separated product. What we saw when running these reactors over time is that we could have a reasonable selectivity of about 50% of the process towards a caproic acid and also some caprylic acid, the C8. And this C8 is interesting also for farmers because we don't smell it. C6, it smells terrible. C8, we don't have the receptors, we don't smell it. So that's a big advantage. Now, the advantage of the electrochemistry is that it allows to pull out these molecules. Caproate becomes caproic acid, it phase separates. Butyrate, butyric acid doesn't really phase separate, it dissolves a bit in the fraction. So we could actually make a 90% pure product at kilogram scale. Well, that's here. At kilogram scale, we made a few kilograms and then we gave that to 40 piglets to see how well they would use it, because these medium chain fatty acids, they're added to improve the digestion, for example, of pigs. And that worked really well. So you have a market there that is now actually supply limited towards animal feeds. And you could also, if you want to do a Kolbe electrolysis, you can take the C6 and the C8, and you can make a C12 and a C14. If you make isoforms of that, you have an aviation fuel. So the stability of the process was quite okay. Composition was more or less okay. There's some market developing already, but the rate was still too low. If you want to solve the selectivity issue in the production, one route that we really have to dare think about is to go towards pure cultures, also in anaerobic digester system. We just need to rethink our technology. Use, for example, membrane units, like you use MABRs, encapsulate the cells, so you can have a high density of a pure culture that produces a pure product, even from a complex stream. If you want to increase rate, you can, of course, also take the route of the granulation. Since the 70s, there's been the development of anaerobic digestion granules, which all of you know. In the 90s, we had the nitrogen removal, aerobic granules, end of the 90s, and then fermentation came on board to short-chain fatty acids around 2015, also for lactic acid production for sugar, and then most recently, chain elongation has been achieved from complex streams as well to make C6. At rates that you see here, that are 10-12 grams per liter per day. That is not bad. The communities, very interestingly, are quite heavily dominated by Rhinococcus type species, and if you recall the slide with the pure culture, one of the most successful isolates is a Rhinococcus species. All right, so production in these granular reactors, what you see here is very different granules. They're beautiful granules. This is on real wastewater. They're flat lentil-shaped granules. Fermenting granules are not anaerobic granules and they're not aerobic granules. There's something in between. And you see that in these granules you can go to high production rates, 27 grams per liter per day of butyric and up to about 15 grams per liter per day of caproic. So we're talking more than 40 grams per liter per day in our granular reactors of a useful product. So that is a very nice rate. So where does that bring us? So we can build reactors now. We have done, I think, all over the field. You see great science and engineering research happening. The rates are above a gram per liter per hour. That gets somebody in industrial biotechnology interested. You have to be there. The selectivity is okay if you have pure cultures, and the extraction is okay, but I must say that, for example, also the electrochemical extraction today is too expensive for these applications. And we're not achieving everything together yet. We don't have the right reactor with the right rate, with the right microbiology. So let's look a little bit forward. Let's try to think how we could introduce very new technologies much faster, for example, for caproic acids. And the one thing we have to do is to dare start from a white sheet and rethink how we build reactors. And that is not easy. I often give talks about innovation. And in innovation, there's something that kills innovation all the time, and it's called the sunk cost effect. And the sunk cost effect, a philosopher in Ghent gave it the best example for this. Imagine you start reading a very thick book. And you're halfway in this thick book and you realize it's terrible. Most people will keep on reading because you say, I'm already this far, I'll do it now. I'll continue this. And so that is the mistake if we look towards new technologies on anaerobic digestion that we should not make. So here are some of these paradigms. You can do the same for water, like sewer systems are a fantastic example of a sunk cost. But there's typical paradigms. Bioproduction system, if you make something, it has to be large. Product market price is the key driver. If sodium hydroxide costs 400 euros a ton, we also have to make sodium hydroxide at 400 euros per ton. Product purity is key. We want a pure product. And high rate is key. Things have to move fast. I think what we should dare to do is challenge these paradigms that we now use to develop our anaerobic digestion technology. You can make technologies a lot smaller and more elegant. And in the water sector for buildings, you start to see this coming. Hydroloops, I call it like Apple-like design, grey water treatment units for buildings. Source separating toilets we work with Hydro that actually give a better user experience. A Metland, I'll get back to that. Small drinking water units. In the water sector, you see completely different systems coming up, and they don't look at all, these water treatment systems, like the systems we're used to or big wastewater treatment plants. So also for anaerobic digestion, we have to dare to build smaller. Why is that? If you build smaller, you build a lot of units. The decision to install a unit and build a unit becomes very easy. A couple of €1,000, you install something. So as a result of selling a lot of units and fast, you innovate a lot faster. And photovoltaic panels are the examples. You run out millions of units and the price of photovoltaic power goes down with more than an order of magnitude in 20 years. And so the idea that our production systems have to be large in order to be cost effective is really not true. If we innovate and we build small systems, we could actually end up with having far cheaper systems than those big systems we see today. So it doesn't matter if your prototype looks like this is now from the Melissa program in space, a photoreactor. It doesn't matter that the first reactor looks like that. If you can churn it out to make it for a couple of €1,000, you'll install millions of them. The second thing is price of the product. Price of the product does not need to compete with the market price in all cases. The price of a product is what the user is willing to pay for it because of the value they add to it. A nice example is this O-ring. You take urine, a company called Vuna in Switzerland takes urine. They nitrify it, evaporate all the water out, and then you get a concentrate containing about 4% nitrogen and 0.4% phosphorus, and you can sell it half a liter for 12.8 Swiss francs. So about 13 euros for half a liter of nutrients. That's orders of magnitude more expensive than the price for nitrogen on the bulk market, but the user adds value. So what should we do with organic acids? We have to look at other ones. If we extract acetic acid, that's a natural herbicide that we make from wastewater. All people already know, use some vinegar on the driveway to kill weeds instead of burning them. It's far cleaner. You esterify it with an alcohol and it smells like bananas or any other nice odor. And so the user will like it and will pay more for it. Maybe €10 for half a liter. Polymers. We should make polymers available from these organic acids for 3D printing at small scale locally. We should think about cleaning agents once you go into the esters. So think of a different market. Does the product need to be pure? Not necessarily. Lubricants are a nice example. These are carboxylamides typically. They can be blends of different carboxylamides. It doesn't matter what they are. Their function matters, they lubricate. And so we have to also look at applications where it's about the properties of the product and not the nature of the product if we're going to make it from an organic site. And fourth, it is not about the rate if you go small scale. I really like this Spanish technology, these MET filters units, Metland, electrically conductive wetlands. This is a unit that treats the wastewater of a household. And it's a beautiful design, a wooden box, you would put it in your garden. It doesn't matter if this wetland is not the fastest wetland that you have. At that scale, size is much less relevant. So we have to dare to rethink these systems. So to conclude, this is a nice example to end with in what people are willing to pay. This is a fermenter. It's a yogurt maker. Right? People buy it at home to make their own yogurt. If you calculate the cost per cubic meter of a reactor is 46,950 euros per cubic meter reactor with a discount. So if you think of future processes around anaerobic digestion, try to think a little bit on different paths. If you make a special product that people want, it doesn't matter that you make it on 1 liter scale. It will make an impact and a user will be willing to pay more for it. So, those were the challenges I wanted to put a bit forward towards innovation. This last slide shows again the team, and with that, thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much, Cornel. So now it's time for some questions. We have some time for that. Okay?
Yes?
Maybe I can bring the mic.
Please give your name, affiliation, and
Thank you. Miguel Mauricio, University of Santiago de Compostela. Thank you so much for the talk and for challenging these paradigms, as you were saying. And there is one where I would like maybe to go a bit further. The case of lubricants. So you're saying this is a case where we are just caring about function, but we don't care that it's not pure. But I think, but on the contrary, we need a way of producing them that is very stable. Are we able to reach that stability of a formulation that will always lead to the same functionality?
Well, that's a good question. I think in certain cases, we can already achieve sufficient stability. For example, I go back to the herbicides, for example. Acetic acid works, propionic acid works, butyric acid works. They have the same properties in this context. We've thrown mixtures of that with lactic acid on Japanese knotweed, which is a very well-known pest, and it kills them off very effectively. So I think we have enough stability to make blends in case for such a product. It's just the contact herbicide work. It doesn't matter whether it's more acetate or butyrate in that case. For lubricants, you need a blend of carboxylic acids, but I think it would be unwise to think that we are going to produce 100% lubricant from carboxylic acids. What we did also when testing with the piglets is you look at the composition and you top up the composition with merchant other organic acid to have the desired composition. We didn't even know the end composition that the feed company used for the trials because this is all proprietary, right? So if from a wastewater you can contribute whatever 80% of the feedstock cheaply and then you blend in the rest to make up the composition that you need, there's nothing wrong with that.
more questions?
Thanks so much, Cornel. Juan Lema from Santiago de Compostela. In terms of the new economy, do you think that it has sense to use more pure raw material instead of wastes for producing a more sophisticated products? Because I think that in many cases we are dealing with this paradigm of transformation of waste in gold. Yeah. But perhaps in some cases it's more clever just to use better raw materials. I don't know what's your opinion about this.
I fully agree on that. If you make something for feed and food, the stream we used for caproic production is a food grade stream that has a positive market value. You just need to add value to it. If you go to the wastewaters, I think we either will have to follow the route via the biogas by cleaning the gas, and then you can make a higher value product. Also the nitrogen that you recover can be used that way. If you want to produce directly in the wastewater, then you have to think of different applications. For example, organic acids to drive a denitrification process somewhere else, but you get a lower value. And we're going to keep on hitting that. We have to be realistic. There's the REACH legislation. If you bring chemicals on the market, you have large dossiers, particularly if they're more specialty, and it makes it too difficult on wastewater. So if you work on real wastewater, the application will be more like for low value bulk materials. If you take wastewater, for example, for microbial protein, you can already do that for feed applications if the wastewater is also feed or food grade, like potato wastewater, these kind of things that are not fecally contaminated. You go towards manure, to my opinion, the only thing you could ever do with that protein at the moment is try and use it as a fertilizer on the land. Yeah. We have to make the match. And there's no point in making pharmaceuticals from wastewater. the raw material cost in pharma is about 0.5% of the product, so it's really nothing. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much. If you have more questions, we'll move forward.
Okay, so let me introduce next speaker until Jules fix the presentation. So our next speaker is Ana Suarez. She's a full professor of biotechnology engineering, and she leads the Green Technology Grand Challenge at Cranfield University in the UK, although she's Portuguese. The latter is a university-wide initiative that aims to accelerate the development and implementation of environmentally sound and sustainable technologies across a wide range of sectors. Her technical research focuses on municipal as well as industrial wastewater management, proposing innovative and economically feasible solutions to produce high-quality effluent and product recovery. She's particularly successful in bridging the gap between science and application, working in close collaboration with industrial and institutional stakeholders. Professor Suarez is an IWA Fellow, active member in various national and international committees, and she's Editor-in-Chief of the Water and Environmental Journal and Associate Editor of Water Research. So Anna, the floor is yours.
Buenas tardes a todos, un placer estar aquí. Muchas gracias por la invitación, Pedro, Raúl. Yo y Raúl somos compañeros de doctorado en Suecia. Nos conocemos hace muchísimo tiempo y está muy bien estar aquí visitando con amigos y celebrando esos 30 años de vivimos en Europa. But it's changed things because I cannot speak any more than this about technicalities and about work in general. And when Raúl sort of put up the challenge about having this talk here, I was very happy to come and talk to you about nutrients and how do we manage nutrients and how to state of the art about resource recovery related to nutrients. So I think before sort of making a proper start into sort of what are the options, the technologies, etc., I think we need to start sort of from a common ground and try to understand what are the nutrients that we care about coming from anaerobic digestion streams, how did they come to be, and what concentrations we're talking about. So in this scheme here, you will see a general representation of a wastewater treatment plant. So I'll be focusing mainly on a municipal wastewater treatment plant. And before and after anaerobic digestion, it's pretty normal to have centrifuges or other dewatering equipment that produces a centrate or a dewatering liquor, or there's many names for the stream. And within the stream, this is where all the nutrients get concentrated, and we have an opportunity to deal with them in such a way that maybe we can recover resources. But also, one of the main reasons to deal with this is that this stream of water usually just represents about 1 to 2% of the flow of water, but it has a very, very high nutrient load in total. So depending on the type of secondary treatment process, we can have nitrogen load coming from the watering liquors recycling back to the head of the works about 20 to 30%. So that will have a high energy demand in the secondary treatment process. And if we consider processes such as BNR, so biological nutrient removal for enhanced phosphorus removal, then we might end up with recycling phosphorus back to the head of the works, representing about 60 to 70% of the load. And so it's very important that we deal with the watering liquors appropriately. There's also other things that have happened recently, which I think some of the other speakers are going to cover, which is related with how anaerobic digestion has been changing over the years. liquors, and how that is also impacting the quality of the watering liquors. And so depending on the quality of the sludge, if you're dealing with primary, secondary sludge, your liquor is going to be different. If you're dealing with sludge import and you have a lot of sludge import brought to a certain site, then that will have an impact as well. But where we see the most significant change is on the innovation and the new implementation of advanced anaerobic digestion. And this is a modification to intensify anaerobic digestion that might be through enzymes, through increased pressure, through temperature. And this has a huge benefit because, we're producing more biogas. The sludge is easier to the water. And, it has been a quite successful sort of revolution within anaerobic digestion. But on the other side, because we basically increasing hydrolysis, then we also end up with higher concentrations of ammonia and phosphorus within the watering liquors. And, in the standard anaerobic digestion, you might have a concentration of ammonia around 500, 600 milligrams per liter. Once you apply advanced anaerobic digestion, then we can end up up to 2,000 milligrams per liter. And so this brings us very significant increase once again into the load. Such a high concentrations might be toxic as well for biological processes. So there's a lot of things to consider here. So how do we treat the watering liquors? So historically, on big sites, we used to do this by nitrification and denitrification. So you capture the ammonia and convert it to nitrogen at the cost of high energy carbon requirements as well. But then because of all of this disadvantages, we have seen a major breakthrough also with deammonification processes coming into play. And deammonification is absolutely a fantastic process in the sense that it has much, much lower energy requirements compared with traditional nitrification, denitrification. Doesn't require any carbon, so you can have very compact systems as well. And there's hundreds of installations now worldwide, and quite a few in Spain and all over Europe. So within deammonification, there's quite a few proprietary technologies and people that will sell you and install some deammonification reactors. So those are based on different types of sludge. You can have the bacteria immobilized in some sort of media. You can have granular sludge. You can have suspended sludge. And in a recent project, I was working with Thames Water back in the UK, and they were asking, what's the best process? Which one should they implement at full scale? And so we compared the number of very large pilots that we were feeding meter cubes per day of the watering liquors on a real site, so dealing with that real variability. And what we observe is that really there's not much difference between how the different technologies progress and they perform in relation to the different sort of type of biomass. What we saw there was a very significant difference was related with the control system and the instrumentation that is applied with that reactor. So how stable it was, how much of nitrogen load could be fed. And so the technology that has the more robust instrumentation and control was the one that performed the best and had more stability. And sort of in the graph there, you see those very low bars. So those ones represent nitrification and denitrification. So we did sort of a comparison of the full suite, which was interesting. But we moving forward also with this debate about ammonia. And like I said, deammonification, fantastic process, very, very successful. But we're receiving a lot of questions. Is it really the right way to handle ammonia? And at least in the UK, we see a lot of the utilities turning down deammonification. And there's a few reasons for it. One of them sort of is related with sort of the whole of the nitrogen cycle. So nitrogen is produced vast amounts by the Haber-Bosch process, which is a very well-known process, very efficient, but it does consume a lot of energy. So in the order of 12 kilowatt hour per kilogram of ammonia that is produced. On the other side, then we're having the ammonia in the wastewater treatment plant, and we're spending once again lots of energy putting it back into the atmosphere. And sort of this is a debate that is going on for a very long time, but I think sort of the real change that is sort of probably is going to make real innovation happen within ammonia removal is related with greenhouse gases. So a lot of the biological processes that are applied are based still on some sort of nitrotation, and some of the ammonia will be converted to nitrous oxide, which is a very intense greenhouse gas. And some recent studies show that up to 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions that are coming from wastewater treatment plant are related with nitrous oxide. And still, we need to do more measurements, more assessments. The probes for nitrous oxide, they are not very good. So lots of work still to be done here. But there's a big driver for change that is coming through that for sure is going to affect the dewatering liquors. And we already see that happening with the acceptance of this type of technology. There's also sort of phosphorus, and I think we talk about phosphorus a lot, and we know that phosphorus it's a scarce nutrient, and so when we're looking into removing phosphorus from the watering liquors, we need to think about as well, how can we recover that phosphorus? The things that we don't talk so much is about potassium and magnesium. So potassium and magnesium, they're also essential elements, and they are even more scarce than phosphorus. And with sort of magnesium has a sort of a relative supply risk of 7.1 and potassium of 4.5. Most fertilizers contain potassium. Why are we not talking about potassium? There's high concentrations of potassium in dewatering liquors. Once again, depending on the sludge source, we can have up to 100 milligrams per liter of potassium and up to 300 milligrams per liter of magnesium. So, if we're thinking about innovation, let's think about these nutrients as well. And I think we all know that resource recovery makes sense. It's not just about moving pollution from one side to the other. We need to look at this in a holistic way and deal with the nutrients in thinking about the real world aspirations that we're currently facing. So we have sustainable development goals, we have net zero targets, we have green recovery, we have circular economy, and it's time to address these challenges head on and come up with real solutions. So where are we really dealing with nitrogen and phosphorus removal and recovery? So we have struvite, it's a very mature technology, struvite production from the watering liquors. Once again, there's a lot of different technologies out there, proprietary technologies that can be used. One of the most popular ones is Crystal Green or Geostara, because they did so much marketing that everybody in the water world knows about them, while some of them that are equally popular within the utilities, but maybe not so well spread. So the main reason why we recovering struvite is not because recovering nutrients, it's actually because avoiding blockages in pipes. So we need to realize that for real change to come to the water industry, there needs to be a certain number of drivers, and money is a very good one. So if they can save money by not having to unblock pipes every so often, then it makes the business case for nutrient recovery much more appealing. Another recovery of salt and a crystal that is becoming quite popular from a research perspective is vivianite. So vivianite happens in anaerobic digesters where phosphorus is removed by dosing iron. So vivianite is a form of crystallized form of iron phosphate. And one of the beautiful things about vivianite is that it's magnetic. So colleagues in Delft have been working together with the mining industry to bring together some conveyor belts and other other equipment, where sort of that transition to a novel technology is very quick, because the equipment is already there. We just bring it from somewhere else. And so, you know, this is sort of state of the art, really, on nutrient removal and recovery from the watering liquors. We see some really exciting things coming up as well on biological processes, and we have algae processes. I'm not talking about algae here in front of Raul, because I'm gonna get in trouble, because, you know, he's the expert in the world. I'm sure you recognize some of the pictures. I think one of them is in Saragossa. Yes. So there's, you know, this algae processes. We can use microalgae to remove both nitrogen and phosphorus. Microalgae will grow very happily, and we can use the algae then for energy production, for biodiesel production, and many other different applications. This technology is also sort of varying TRL level, so there's a few full-scale installations in Spain, but in the UK it's been very, very challenging. Even with LED lighting, it's just not enough sun for the algae to grow, and it's too cold as well. And so, you know, we will start to see the spring of different solutions depending on where you are, about what is needed locally, about the weather, about flows, about rain, and all those different things. Something that it's coming up that is becoming quite interesting as well in relation just to ammonia recovery. It's about using stripping processes or membrane contactors, and this big installation. So it's a demonstration scale installation that it's installed in Switzerland, part of the Next Gen project that brings circularity within the water industry. And the aim here is to produce ammonium sulfate. So I don't have any data yet, but they're still collecting and running the plant. But from what I hear, it's going very well. So this be potentially something that we can do with the watering liquors, producing ammonium sulfate or just ammonium water. Some of the things that I have been working a lot at Cranfield, and we had run a demonstration scale plant for nearly 3 years, was based on ion exchange technology. So within ion exchange, we use different materials, smart materials, that are able to remove ammonium or phosphorus from the wastewater in a very selective way. And then we can recover those nutrients in a regenerant solution at high concentrations and low flows. And within ammonia removal, we've been using a synthetic zeolite, and this exchanges ammonia by potassium or sodium. Once we have the ammonia within the regenerant, then we can recover salt, concentrated ammonia, etc. For phosphorus, we're using a hybrid ion exchange media that is covered within with iron nanoparticles. Iron, once again, is very selective for phosphorus, and then we can remove phosphorus from the wastewater selectively again. In return, we can then recover salts of calcium phosphate. And so this is some of the data that we achieved over the 2-year demonstration scale. And within this hybrid ion exchange media, we could remove, in average, 6 milligrams of phosphorus per liter to, extremely low concentrations. The beauty about this process is that you can tailor it to your needs. If you want even a lower concentration, then you just, when you reach that concentration AF, you just need to regenerate the band. Of course, that might have some implications. But, it's a process that you can turn on and off as needed. It's very compact. So it has a contact time between the water and the ion exchange of just about 5 minutes. So any installation, even for hundreds of meter cubes a day, is going to probably fit within this stage. So, which is quite a revolution, and is quite different from what we have done before. So I'm very happy with the results here we got for phosphorus removal. In relation to the ammonia removal, we see here The concentrations vary between 640, 750 milligrams per liter in the digest state. That was then filtered before going to the ion exchange, and this pilot plant was operating at 10 meter cubes per day of flow. Once again, we could achieve, really good removals, concentrating then the ammonia within the regenerant. So what do we do with the regenerant? So, and this is the million-dollar question: this is the problem that needs to be solved to make ion exchange acceptable? Because the regenerant, it's chemical, it can be potassium chloride, sodium hydroxide, and various other things. They are not expensive chemicals, but if every time you need to regenerate your ion exchange, you need to bring new chemicals, then that's going to be very costly, both purchasing and disposing of those chemicals, and you're going to lose the nutrient. And so to be able to reuse the regenerant solutions is critical to make this process work. And especially for the ammonia recovery, because I think this is sort of the hot topic at the moment, we've been using and testing a wide range of technologies, from vacuum stripping to hollow fiber membrane contactors. And within the hollow fiber membrane contactor, we could recover 98% of the ammonia, which was excellent result. And we could produce a very high and pure, high purity ammonium sulfate. Together with Cornel, and he's working with protein. I also sent him some samples of the ammonium solution we recovered through one of the technologies, and we produced some microbial protein. Once again, not big amounts, but was just demonstrate the potential and the uses of this recovered ammonia. So going down here on the TRL level, I've been working quite a bit on biomineral formation. So this is where we use bacteria and certain mechanisms within this bacteria to concentrate nutrients within wastewater or the watering liquors. And within this bacteria, they can work in different ways. They can concentrate the ions around them, leading to crystallization, or they can form and concentrate the ions inside of them in vacuoles. And we have been studying different types of bacteria to produce struvite. So in this case, we don't need to use any chemicals. We don't need to change the pH. And so we're using the bacteria to catalyze a reaction that you often will require quite a bit of processing and chemicals, etc. And this is some of the beautiful crystals we've been producing. We can recover up to 70–80% of the phosphorus, but we leave most of the ammonia out. So comparable with chemical struvite precipitation, most of the ammonia is left still within the watering liquors. And so, it just aggravates and just goes to show how much more we need to focus on the ammonia. Instead of what's the state of the art really on, resource recovery, removal from the watering liquors in general, I would say is absolutely terrible. We have so little of these installations out there. There's so much more we need to do, and to bring the C2 into a reality. Even if, struvite being a high TRL level, there's many limitations with this. You need to have a very high concentration of phosphorus to start with. That's usually you find in BNR plants. But then within this BR plants, this represents a small percentage of all the treatment plants that are in Europe. So there you are. In the UK, there are 2 plants that are recovering struvite from the watering liquors. None of them is working because the farmers don't want the struvite. So that work that needs to be done to engage with stakeholders, to work with people, it hasn't been done at all. And so there's no end route for that product. And we know that it's a good quality product. It is an important product, but nobody wants it. So what we need to do, we need to demonstrate more. We need to develop more of these technologies that focus on removal and recovery. But we need to do this sensibly. We need to do proper business case. We need to do life cycle assessment. We need to look at the whole picture just not the one technology can do, and especially that part of the recovery. So if you're recovering something, you're recovering it for what? For who? What are you going to do with it? Because otherwise, there's you know, a big piece of the puzzle that it's missing there. And the big changer, and where we see that, you know, the discussions we're having with water utilities are now completely different than they were 2 years ago. And this is the reason: net zero target. So this is sort of very high on everybody's agenda. So this is about balancing all the greenhouse gas emissions, and you know, nitrous oxide is one of the big ones. So how to manage ammonia within the water liquids, it's critical, and it's likely that potentially biological processes for nitrification, denitrification are going to be disappearing altogether. So that will require a lot of change, a lot of investment, so time will tell. But it's definitely a very exciting period of time to be working within nutrients and to be working with water liquids. So thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna, for this inspiring talk. So the floor is open for questions. Okay, we have Cornell. I'm gonna.
Hi, thanks, Anna. A very nice talk, as usual. I have two questions. I've always been intrigued as well about the potassium, why people are not looking at it. We see this as well at urine source separation. Everybody looks at nitrogen and phosphorus, but there's a lot of potassium. Why do you think there's no attention for it, and what would be good techniques, you think, to deal with it?
Nobody's looking at it because it's not regulated. So it's not in any water utility radar, you know. They don't measure it, they don't know how much is there. Currently, there's no drivers to recover anything at all, let alone potassium, magnesium, which is, you know, why would they touch a problem when there's not a problem for them? And so, you know, that would be sort of, I think, one of the major issues is just not there. It's not a non-problem. So why make it a problem?
Sounds very reasonable indeed, that regulation could be the key reason. My second question is a bit on market and market mismatch. Struvite has been struggling for a while also because it's a slow release fertilizer and it was advertised not for the right crops, and then you have issues afterwards. There's a lot of focus also on the ammonium sulfate here, but why is there not more focus on ammonium bicarbonate, which can be used, for example, we have a large plant coming up in our area where they dose ammonium bicarbonate that's recovered, and that helps adding nitrogen without adding salts, and it stabilizes the pH, which is wonderful. So why is there not more search for ammonium bicarbonate instead of ammonium sulfate, which, for example, in Belgium has a negative market value?
I think because as researchers, we are generally quite illiterate about products, and I think people see ammonium sulfate as a direct fertilizer, while ammonium bicarbonate probably it needs a little bit processing as well, and sulfate might be using for some fertilizers. So I think it's sort of, you know, it starts from that concept that, you know, ammonium sulfate could be a fertilizer. Let's produce that straight away instead of ammonium bicarbonate. Also, I think there's, you know, some important differences in solubility there for both salts. So, you know, which one is easier to precipitate and actually to concentrate. So, you know, you can produce a liquid solution of ammonium sulfate. You don't need to go all the way to the salt. So, yeah. I don't know, my opinion.
More questions? Yes, last short question. Okay, if not, I think that now, thank you very much again, Anna, for being here. And now it seems that Jules has solved the presentation problems. Let's give the floor again.
See, there was traffic people in Microsoft. So everything turned pink. So
It's working. Thank you.
it seems that I had slide by slide and then all colors were turned pink, so I had to go to all slides. Anyway, I hope it did. The good thing is that I already started my introduction, so I can a little bit speed up. The reason why I gave this topic that was already discussed. Now the things what happened with chemical wastewaters, that is since the 90s, straightforward, things like formaldehyde, alcohols, azo dyes, organic acids, amines, soaps, also PET, polyethylene, terephthalate, and purified terephthalate acid. These are, in fact, applications in chemical wastewater which are successful. Not always successful, PTA, sometimes it's disaster, sometimes successful. We do not yet understand completely why this is. Now, the reactors applied, generally granular sludge bed reactors. Interestingly, Professor Che, he introduced the granular activated carbon reactors in which he cultivated the biofilm onto the activated carbon. Quite interesting 92s, but I don't remember that I've seen any full-scale reactor with that. So the current approach, what I mentioned in the introduction, how to deal with complex chemical wastewater, evaporate, incinerate, energy recovery, and at a very high cost. This means you have the potential to develop a wastewater treatment system with a very short payback time. And that is the challenge in which we stepped in with the companies that were with us. Treatment of chemical wastewaters. I think complex chemical wastewaters, I would like to say, these have refractory toxic compounds. You can be sure you have substrate or product inhibitions, a lot of aromatic compounds, high salinity, high temperature. Don't forget, these chemical companies, they recycle the wastewaters, the processed water many times. So sodium is accumulating sometimes to levels which are exceeding seawater level. Often the compounds are low energy content compounds. So bacterial growth, the bacterial yield is very, very low, so you need very long residence times. These wastewaters, they generally don't have nutrients like macronutrients, but also not the heavy metals, so you have to add everything. And one of these examples that we started with is coal gasification wastewater, with the company Evidis, together with Pax, and we started a research with having phenols is the key intermediate. And all the breakdown processes, the intermediates, they all go first to phenol, then to benzoate, probably benzoate, and then to mineralized compounds. So phenols we had two brilliant PhD students, Julian Munoz and Victor Garcia Herrera. They started with this research, and extreme conditions in their research means phenol and phenolic compounds. This in combination with salinity, with ranges up to 34 grams sodium per liter, so almost 2 times seawater, and thermophilic conditions. Why thermophilic conditions? Process water recovery, do remember, so the wastewater is leaving hot, the chemical plant, like coal gasification condensates, and to recover processed water, well, if that can be done at a high temperature, you don't have to cool down and heat up again. And moreover, we were thinking, well, we're working with membranes, the higher the temperature, the lower the viscosity, the higher the permeability, etc. So why these membranes? Well, the first thing is that it prevents the washout of the degranulated, deflocculated biomass, because the matrix has a lot of high salts, and the impact of salts is deflocculation. Same as high temperature, very fine dispersed biomass. Moreover, you need long SRTs because that enhances specific catabolic conversion And by adaptation of the biomass means generally ingrowth of specified species for doing the job. And in that sense, we are opting for in situ bio-augmentation of these specialized bacteria. And what I mentioned before, the effluent is solids-free. You have an ideal ultrafiltration pre-treatment for the next step, which is reverse osmosis or process water reclamation. Challenges to have, well, the challenges are obviously suspended solids are more susceptible for toxicity than granules. You don't have mass transfer resistance in all this disparate biomass, and they're more susceptible. Then we have a lot of bacterial decay products, single cell growth of the microbes, and that will lead, we have a densification of the cake layer on the membrane. So if compact cake layers means increased membrane resistance, and very likely high TMP will be required and lower fluxes. However, we're dealing with relatively small streams of wastewater which are heavily polluted. So the flow is less of importance than the bioconversion capacity. This is the reactor that we worked. In practice, the full scale that I know in industry are all side stream anaerobic membrane bioreactors. Here you see the X-flow membranes, inside out, 5 millimeter. This is a full length of a membrane. Cross flow velocities 1.5 meter per second, and well, this is the membrane bioreactor in which we worked. In addressing the chemical wastewater, first you need to look for the good inoculum. We found a very good inoculum that came from a Shell USB reactor. You see that the biomass is also here was quite dispersed. 10 grams of sodium per liter in the process water. The diameter less than 2 millimeter. But if you look here to the sodium response curve, very high concentration of sodium before the activity breaks down. IC 50 value of 23 grams of sodium is 1.5 times seawater. So very active biomass, the very high sodium concentration, and the biomass activity is pretty high if you compare to others. Now when Julian started up his reactor, after 1 month, activity was lost. And we were feeding everything, macronutrients, everything was feeding. So what was happening? We didn't know. The stupid bugs didn't grow. And then we analyzed the supernatant of the water, and we saw, well, there is something strange going on because we have a high concentration of tungsten. Now, tungsten is commonly not in the micronutrients that we add, but apparently these bacteria need tungsten. So after some batch assays, adding some tungsten, and indeed we saw activity was increased. Now these heavy metals are generally there for catabolic purposes, so they're part of the coenzyme systems. So if you add it to your sludge bottle, you immediately see a recovery of the methanogenesis. Now, studying a little bit further this anaerobic bioreactor, then we saw some other things happening because of the very high sodium concentrations that we were. Here in this graph, you see nickel, tungsten, molybdenum, manganese, copper, zinc, boron, selenium. These are the concentrations that were found in the inoculum. Here are the macronutrients: calcium, phosphorus, sodium, and sulfur and iron. Now, the very high concentrations, and we extracted at various levels. So we would like to know what is now the exchangeable part of the metal. This is with a light extraction method, and then more tightly bound, and the rest fixed into the solid matrix. And with these extraction methods, you can extract at various levels. Now, after 1 month of operation, it happened. And then we have a complete different composition of, not different, but in quantity. All metals drop down by at least in order of magnitude. And what you could also see that all these metals, they shifted from the fixed part to the exchangeable part. So prone to washout. Meaning our sodium is an excellent metal leaching agent, and the biomass acted as an ion exchange mechanism. But all these metals are required for the microbial activity, and that was the reason why all the activity was lost. Also, the particle size was dropping down. This is the inoculum. This is the 19 millimeters, so D90, D50, D10, and this is the particle size in micrometer. one anaerobic membrane bioreactor, second anaerobic bioreactor, but after 3 months of operation, the particle size diminished to a very low level. So the problems that we have, the impact of the cation exchange phenomena in the sludge, biomass solubilization, and change in microbial composition, as we'll see later on. So we made a comparative research study. Okay, what is now then the potential of both systems, so the anaerobic MBR and the USB reactor. And now here you see some results. Comparing this to the USB and the AMBR. In the middle, this is the USB, the removal efficiency, and what you see here is the concentration in the effluent. Well, it's clearly to see that the USB was much more vulnerable for changes in the loading rate than the anaerobic MBR, largely due to the washout of specific biomass, we suppose. And now later on, we have some more problems. Now, this is operating at 16 grams of sodium, 5 to 1 gram of phenol per liter, and we proceeded with this research to a further extent. So we increased the sodium concentration up to 26 grams per liter, which was the process conditions of the factory, and the phenol concentrations up to 5 grams per liter, and to see what happens with these both reactors. Now, at the end of the trial, we were working at 26 and 3 grams of phenol, and that was too much for the USB. It was completely solubilized as sludge, everything was washed out, and the reactor was lost. Now, of course, in a membrane bioreactor, you retain everything, you have filtration, so all the biomass is retained inside the reactor, but what you could clearly see, the leaching of calcium from under the presence of the high sodium concentration. Particle size dropped from 120 to 26 micrometers, and the calcium dropped from 60 milligrams calcium per gram TSS down to 2.7, and in the end we only had open form of calcium. So there was no binding anymore between the bacterial mass, and everything got solubilized. So then there, the particle size distribution of those reactor systems, they look like pretty much the same. Now, interesting, if you look to the microbes, a membrane retains everything. So this idea of bioaugmentation, retention of the microbes that you really need for the conversion of these chemical compounds, there were some difference, and you see here a difference. There's a bacterium, Pilatomacillum, that was retained in the MBR, but is completely absent in the USB. Other bacteria, they were able to, you see complete different dynamics, and this one was selectively retained in the anaerobic MBR, but hardly present in the USB. And regarding the archaea, in the anaerobic MBR, we see much more hydrogen-trophic methanogens compared to the USB. So apparently, this retention that has an impact on your bioconversion capacity. So higher stability. Also, the cake that you build up will also have a contribution, and that, of course, will depend on the total biomass that you have. What you see here in the first column, you see the acetate inside in the bulk, and this is in the permeate. So apparently there is some degradation capacity going on over the cake of the membrane. By the way, this is the membrane, and this is the cake layer, and here is the flux of the effluent. Interestingly, we saw more benzoate in the permeate than in the bulk. Now, benzoate is easily degradable by anaerobic bacteria, and apparently in the bulk the benzoate is gone when it's produced. Although when you on the cake, then the benzoate is leached to the permeate. But the concentration, and I thought in the beginning, maybe we are selectively cultivating some specific bacteria on the cake layer, but that was not the case. We have a conversion capacity of the cake, which was more or less similar than the conversion capacity related to phenol of the bacteria that were inside the bulk of the bioreactor. Now, we did all the experiments with phenols. That was the idea. We had a lot of acetate inside as a kind of co-substrate. So we were interested, do we need this co-substrate? Now, in some trials, we lowered the acetate concentration to 0, and very surprisingly, we saw that when all the co-substrate was gone, also phenol conversion stopped. And it was just a mesophilic reactor. And we also see there in the population dynamics that the phenol degraders were dropping down in concentration after acetate was stopped. So that was a bit strange. Now, in subsequent trials, we kept acetate inside the medium, and then we could also sustain the phenol conversion capacity, which was not present when acetate is not there. And the concentrations here in milligrams of phenol per gram VSS per day, so the conversion is way higher in the presence of the co-substrate. Now, adding butyrate as well as co-substrate, we even found higher values. So apparently there's something wrong with the co-substrate, but phenol converters is completely different from butyrate converters or acetate converters. So what is this co-substrate doing? Now, a clue that we found, now first, this is then in general what we observed, phenol as a sole substrate, 40 milligrams per gram per day, when acetate is present, 120, and with butyrate up to 200. Now, our wish was also to go thermophilic, but then it was hardly possible. And in fact, thermophilic, when there was no acetate, there was no conversion at all. So what is this co-substrate doing? So apparently with this co-substrate, we are maintaining a population inside a system that is required for the entire degradation chain. So what is acetate doing? It can be an electron donor, it can produce a CO2, the CO2 can act as an electron sink for the reducing equivalence, or maybe a carboxylation enhancer, when you go from phenol to benzoate. Now here you see the requirement of an electron sink in the conversion, and here you see the requirement of in the carboxylation of from phenol to benzoate. Now we are questioning ourselves, apparently these intermediate compounds, they play a role. So what happened in that? Now this is on the thermophilic condition, so we were interested whether we have the first complete oxidation of acetate, and then the reducing equivalents are used to either in the degradation chains of the phenols, or maybe also the bicarbonate is used. And we found a complete, we performed an experiment with labeled acetate at the carbonate group. So we were expecting only bicarbonate and not labeled methane. But we found a complete randomization of the label, of the 13C label, so apparently we have centrophic acetate oxidation and no splitting of acetate under these conditions. Now, this was indeed observed, the buildup of labeled methane, and when we stopped the feeding of the 13C labeled methane, it went down again as expected. Now later on this was then confirmed by the metagenomics that we took. In fact, if you look to the archaea, there are no metanosuccinate, there are no methanotrix, you will only find hydrogenotrophic methanogens. So what I think that is needed in this type of chemical, you need a pool of bacteria that is able to do the degradation, and particularly in the thermophilic conditions. And if you only feed it with phenols, there's hardly any food present to maintain such a stable population. And that will be the role of acetate. Now, in these chemical wastewater, acetate is generally present. Now, the final step is to see whether co-conversion with other type of phenolic compounds is possible. And if this selected biomass that was grown for a year under these extreme conditions, whether you could also deal with other phenolics like pyracrizole, and in this case bisulfonol. With non-adapted biomass, the impact of these compounds on the SMA was quite something, but on the adapted biomass, we see quite a big difference, and particularly with respect to bisulfonol on the inhibition coefficient. And surprisingly, these compounds, they were degraded, although they have never seen pyracrizole. They were converting pyracrizole at a low rate, okay? And in the anaerobic MBR that was started up later, we could reach values of 22 milligrams per gram VSS per day in pyracrizole. But they never had seen pyracrizole, so apparently what you cultivate in these conditions, they have a larger versatility for the substrate. The same is true for bisulfonol, and that was a little bit more difficult. Bisulfonol, but in the anaerobic MBR reactor, the pilot reactor, the grand scale reactor, we could increase this rate a little bit further. So apparently, broader metabolic capacity of phenol-degrading biomass. Now, and in the last steps, we went to a company. I don't know how it's in Spain or elsewhere, but this is an asphalt company, and they shred the asphalt to recycle the asphalt, and they emitted everything to the open air. Now, that is not allowed anymore in the Netherlands, although the law is not yet accepted, but they are now looking for possibilities to treat the condensate. So this is particularly coming from the bitumen. This is the petrol-based bitumen in the asphalt. When this is heated, you get a condensate. When we recover the energy, you get a condensate. And the condensate is full of aromatic compounds. In fact, 900 compounds. It was all a bit measured with MS. But no, total concentration, something like 1 gram per liter. So not very much concentrated, but a lot of phenolic compounds, and these are toxic and inhibitory. So we are quite interesting what our magic bugs will do with this type of wastewater. The digested sewage sludge, the SMA, were quite impacted, so there were low IC50 values. The granular USB from the Shell plant, that was grown with phenol and 10 grams of sodium per liter, is a higher IC50. But the sludge grown in the anaerobic MBRs treating phenolic compounds, they could up to 1,000 before you have a considerable reduction in the activity. Now, this was also tested in an anaerobic MBR, and our results will be published soon, but we had quite good results. And now the company is quite interesting to go further to have a condensate treatment system with this. Okay, that was more or less what I would like to say. qPCR of these 3 different type of biomass is, of course, completely different, whatever we publish. What we see with this chemical wastewater, well, the AMBR, that opens perspectives which were not present in the past, because of this absolute barrier, you retain everything. And if you have a concentrated wastewater, also the flux is less of an important. It's still, of course, it's still of importance because you have to buy the membranes, but the bioconversion capacity is much more of interest when you are able, if you are able to achieve such a bioconversion. In these industries, we see more extreme conditions, high temperatures, high salinity, taking into account refractory complex pollutants. And the sludge yield of this biomass is very low, since there's hardly any growth yields on these compounds, maybe 1% or so. So it takes ages. And if you have sludge bed reactors, if you have a washout, you lose everything. Now, these harsh conditions, they solubilize the biomass. And very important to remember this exchange. The biomass works as an ion exchanger. So you need to add double the amounts or triple the amounts that you generally apply to these type of waters when the concentration is so high. Phenol conversion is accelerated by co-substrate. And I think via these intermediates is the role. Under thermophilic conditions, it doesn't run. So maybe better go to metaphilic conditions. But these co-substrates, well, acetate is always there, so that's an easy co-substrate. And for the rest, the phenol-adapted sludge also catabolizes multi-component phenolic wastewaters, and that was a big gain from the research that these 2 gentlemen did. Well, not just these 2 gentlemen, here you see the Bio Extreme Day team. Quite some people contributed in the past 6 years to this work. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention, and if there are any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jules. This time we'll give the opportunity to the audience connected remotely. So we have a couple of questions. The first one from our friend Andres Donoso, who is asking how do anaerobic membranes compare to aerobic membranes in terms of energy consumption and maintenance requirement?
The answer is very simple. If you can apply a sludge bed reactor, you better apply a sludge bed reactor, because that's the cheapest way to do it. So it is a niche technology. to make anaerobic conversion possible where you may have problems with the technologies that we have so far. And yes, the membranes, they are, of course, the membranes cost money, but in this, in the sequence that I mentioned, if you first have a UF and then an RO for water reclamation, then yeah, with the UF you have already an excellent pre-treatment for your RO. So you have to see it also in why would you implement an anaerobic reactor. In the case of Biothane in South Africa, it was because simply there was no water, they wanted to have water reclamation. And the energy that they gained with the anaerobic MBR was practically all spent on pumping around and the cross flow that is required for the membrane.
Okay, thanks, Jules.
We have also another question from Oriol Casabella from the audience, and he's asking about the effect of the high salinity on the membrane performance. So you describe a bit the high salinity on the biomass performance, if you observe some also on the membrane performance.
Yeah, that's a good point. In fact, we did not do that well enough. We only studied it on the biomass and how the compacted biomass, how that was, in fact, increasing the membrane resistance. The membranes that we purchased, the manufacturer mentioned they should be able to be used under these conditions. We did not check that. But it's a very good point to do, to have a physical autopsy of the membranes, whether it is impacted by high concentration. But don't forget that in industries, membrane technology is applied often for separation technologies for process water recovery. And they also face quite harsh conditions.
Is there any quick question from this audience?
Thank you, Jules, for the good presentation. I was wondering actually how big it would be the problem of biofouling. Of course, it's obvious that anaerobes are having lower biomass yield, so you will build the fouling will be slower at anaerobic conditions compared to aerobic. But is there a problem biofouling? In this
fouling is not slower than aerobics. It fouls immediately because it's a filtration process. So as soon as you start filtering sludge, you will have a cake layer. So it is intrinsic to the system. So it is not fouling is not a problem. It's not a disadvantage, but it is a characteristic of the system that you have to deal with. And one thing to deal with it is to increase the shear. And your shear can be increased by gas sparging, by submerged membrane, but in these systems, it's all about the cross-flow velocity. If you would like to be in the market, you have to anticipate for a flux which is higher than 20 LMH, so 20 liters per square meter per hour. That is the flux, that's commercially of interest. If you go below, it becomes costly. The way to do it, at least what I understood also from Biothane, they simply increase the shear to up to 2.5 meters. So they spend some more energy and then everything is clean. And, but yeah, it is not a cost-effective alternative for USB or something. It's not. It's clear. And so it is more managing the cake layer, but the cake layer protects the membrane. So permeability loss of the membrane is generally not the problem. So poor blocking is not the problem. So 90% of the fouling is simply cake and cake layer management. And that's a doable thing.
Okay, so thank you very much, Jules. Okay. We need to move on. So it's my great pleasure to introduce our last speaker before the coffee break, so the Professor Irini Angelidaki. She's professor at the Department of Chemical and Biochemical Engineering at the Technical University of Denmark, and she has a background in biotechnology and has worked for many years in converting waste and wastewaters to bioenergy, bioproducts, and biochemicals. Irini has published more than 400 papers in the field, and today she will talk about moving beyond biogas. Thanks, Irini.
Thank you. And it's now my turn to
thank the organizers for inviting me to Valladolid. And I have been here many years ago, but I was really very happy to be here again and to give this presentation of valorization of the yes, valorization technologies. It's not there, the presentation. Okay.
Now it's
Yes, biogas valorization technologies. So that's what I'm going to talk, and is it where we take wastewaters and make biogas. We are not talking about pure culture fermentations and this kind of processes. So I will go through biogas in this case. And the first thing is why? What is the motivation that we are talking about biogas at all? And the first I will refer to the super challenges that our world is facing today. First, we have increase of population, and we expect to be more than 10 billion people on the planet by 2050. And this growth in population is going to be asymmetrical. That means developing countries, which have higher needs, are going to have higher population increase rates. And we see actually here that for instance, actually, that the fertility growth rates of the developing countries are much higher. For instance, they are like 6 fertility rate in Africa compared to other countries. So that means we expect that in Nigeria we will have predicted to have bigger population than the United States in 2050. So that means we are going to have a lot of needs. Then we all know that the fossil fuels are limited, so we're going to have energy supply problems. And also we are aware of the greenhouse gas emissions. So this is some thoughts actually that they bring us to think about sustainability, the sustainability. And what is sustainability? Is that a new term? No, actually sustainability is not new. A Canadian Commission on Conservation made this interesting proclamation that each generation is entitled to the interest of natural capital, but the principle should be returned unimpaired to the next generations. So that means already from that time we were actually, they had mentioned about sustainability. So, yes, and by the way, today we use this word a lot, sustainability. And what is sustainability? The word has basically been hijacked in a way that we say sustainability about everything. The other day I was driving and I saw a big board saying sustainable sushi. And I said, okay, what is sustainable sushi? Or maybe other things like sustainable toothpaste that you can brush your teeth again and again. So you see here, this is a kind of funny graph actually, to see how often we use the word sustainability. And you can see here from the 60s to now, it has, you can see an exponential increase. Look at this scale here is logarithmic. So it is increasing exponentially how often we use the word sustainability. So in that sense, in 2036, we will have sustainability in each page. And if we continue here, we will say sustainability in each word. This is a kind of funny, but you can see the dimensions. And here, actually, we will just use the word sustainability. So sustainability, 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 sustainability. So that shows a little bit that we have to really put some sense into that we're talking about. This is a little background why we're talking about biomass, about renewable energy, and where we are going, just to put some dimensions. So now we'll come back to biomass, under digestion. And you can see here that there is a lot of increase in biogas plants. So you can see almost exponential increase, and we started in the 90s actually, where I got my PhD here in 93. So at that time it was completely new. I mean, not completely new, the biogas was known, but I mean, there was not so much application in relation to biogas. And now we increase exponentially. So there are different types of biogas. The existing biogas plants are different according to what they are going to treat. For instance, here we have wastewater treatment plants, biogas stabilization plants, as they also call them, the slurries, manures, the ones actually I have been working with a lot. Industrial wastewaters, where you use this USB, ESP, or whatever. Solid waste biogas plants, and then we have also millions and millions of rural scale biogas plants, which are not new, again, have been used throughout the time a lot. So these are some modern rural biogas plants, which are basically somehow some energy factories. So they are quite big. This is in Mobile, it's a thermophilic biogas plant, which is each of the reactors are, I think it's 10,000 cubic meters. So they are really very big plants. And they are modern plants, and they are cooperatives owned by many farmers at the same time. So they treat waste from different suppliers. And besides manures, they also treat industrial wastewaters. So you have this co-digestion mode of operation, and they produce a lot of biogas. So if I go to the next slide there, the idea is to use all this waste. So I'm not talking about pure substrates now, I'm talking about wastes, wastewaters, whatever. We bring to the LED process, which I see it as a treasure trove. So we have the possibility to do a lot of things. So the old utilization application of the LED process was to make heated electricity. And that's not what we're doing now. I have put a red arrow here showing that this is not the trend anymore. Now we have other ways to produce heat and electricity much more efficiently and much more cheap, like wind energy or photovoltaics, which actually are providing energy. So we should actually keep the biomass, which is not an endless resource. We have the biomass we have. So use that, and I'm talking about waste here, first to either close the gaps, for instance, because the heat, the solar energy and the photovoltaics provide not homogeneously the energy and electricity, close the gaps in the times that we don't have electricity from these two renewable resources, or the other future of anaerobic digestion is to move beyond biogas, but through biogas. So we can take the biogas and convert that to many different products. So we can have things and protein, we can have biomethane, plant growth promoters, not fertilizers, but promoters, so they have much more value compared to simple fertilizers, methanol, aviation fuels, biodiesels, chemicals, algae, biodegradable plastic, etc. So we can actually move through biogas, but to other products now, other applications. Because the trend actually grows more and more in Europe that we are not going to use biomass for energy, electricity production, or energy production. We're going beyond that. So again, I will continue beyond biogas through biogas, and here we are going actually to integrate processes. So we're not going to the pure biological process, one discipline, we're going to combine disciplines. So I can mention here integrating power to gas technologies, that means wind or photovoltaics together with biological biomethanation. Gasification and biomethanation. So we can actually have, especially if we have woody biomasses or biomasses that they are not easily biologically degradable, then you can use gasification or pyrolysis, convert that to, for instance, syngas, and then convert the syngas to biomethanol and follow the same route. That's another trend. Syngas fermentations to not only produce methane, biomethane, but also convert that to alcohols, acetonation, etc. That means not only alcohols, but also acids. Biogas upgrading, that means removing the biogas to carbon dioxide and have pure methane, which you can actually use either in the transportation sector or you can put in the natural gas grid. And that means moving away from the rural areas where you have the biomass, the waste, the residues from agriculture, moving from the product, the biomethane, to the cities where you can use it for transportation. This can also be a kind of vision that we're called. Seeds and proteins, methanolizing bacteria, where you can bring that back actually for as animal feed or other source of proteins in the society. Then we can also use that to platform chemical alcohols, bioplastics, etc., as I said, where we can use gaseous fermentations. So first, I will concentrate. I have taken two applications because there are many applications, and to use them as an example. And the first one will be the biogas upgrade. So we have the biogas plant here. We produce biogas. You know, all it's 57% methane. The rest is carbon dioxide. And as I said, the common use was for electricity and heat. Now, if we remove the carbon dioxide and the upgrade more than 95%, then we have the option of putting it as a fuel for vehicles or to put in the natural gas grid. And this is not something experimental, it's already commercial. And you can see here we have in Europe, it's really very promoted at the moment in Europe, because as I said, especially in Europe, we don't want to produce electricity from biogas. So in China and other countries, actually, and other continents, the trend has not come through yet, but I think it's going to go there as well. So in 18 countries have biomethanation plants. In 2019, we had 725 biomethanation plants, and high growth both in bio-CNG and bio-LNG sector. And you can see here, for instance, this is Denmark, we have already 42 biomethanation plants. So there are many different methods you can remove the carbon dioxide from biogas. And they are all, this is all the graphic, but that all of these technologies are actually on the market. So you have many different, like cryogenic separations, membrane separations, amine scrubbers, etc. So there are many methods, but the common thing of them is that they remove the carbon dioxide. They don't capture it, they throw it away, which is not consistent with the circular thinking. So the way actually that we suggest, okay, yes, it's better. When the time is over, please tell me. Okay, good. Yes, so this method is the biological upgrading technology, where actually we use hydrogen-eutrophic archaea to capture carbon dioxide and to convert to methane. And then the question is where we'll find the hydrogen, and then the idea is to use power to X. That means use renewable electricity when we don't need to electrolyze water to hydrogen, and then use the hydrogen to capture the carbon dioxide to methane. So this I would call second generation upgrading technologies, because here we are not only removing, throwing away the carbon dioxide, but capturing and recycling the carbon dioxide. So this is a very attractive way to do that. And then actually often we have the question, but okay, if you electrolyze the water, you get hydrogen. And hydrogen is also an energy carrier. So why don't go directly to the hydrogen? And I can explain you some of the arguments for that. It's because there is existing infrastructure for the biogas. We have the natural gas grid. We have technologies of the CNG and LNG, while the hydrogen utilization technologies are not yet there. Maybe in some years, but not here now. So we have the infrastructure, we can do it here now. Then the possibility to transport in areas where you can produce the biogas locally, and as I say, move to cities. We have also higher volumetric energy density, 5 times higher storage capacity, while the hydrogen would need much more space or much more pressure to have the same energy density. And also we have infrastructure for the applications of the CNG technologies. So the way we can do it is actually we have here the hydrogen, we have produced the hydrogen from our electrolyzers, and then we can either put it directly in our biogas reactor, that's the in-situ method. This has, however, an intrinsic problem. When you remove the carbon dioxide from your reactor directly, then you actually remove the endogenic carbon dioxide. That means you move the balance, you move the buffer capacity, and your pH will increase so high that you will stop the biological process. Alternatively, you can use the hydrogen and the biogas in an external reactor to make the upgrading, which is this process called ex-situ process. Or we can have combinations hereof, where you can make partial upgrading directly in the reactor up to make be 80–85%, and then to reach a pH that's still acceptable for your process, that it still can function the biological process, and the rest of the upgrading you can make in a separate reactor to make the final 95%. So another question that pops up is the process robust so we can close it down when we don't have cheap over 95% method. Here we stopped it for 2 weeks, and again it was possible to restart the process. So there it seems that it is quite actually flexible, this hydrogen transfer process. So what is the main challenge of this process? Is basically not the biological part mainly, but it is the gas-liquid transfer problem. So you have here the gas, the hydrogen and carbon dioxide, they are in gas. They have to go through the gas-liquid interface, swim through the liquid phase, go penetrate the liquid cell interface, come in there, and then penetrate the cell membrane and make the reaction. So this is a kind of the major limitation we have of the process in order to provide high gas rotation times. Here we have tested different membranes, I have dropped the next slide, it doesn't matter about these membranes. Anyway, now I went to there we have built a pilot scale reactor, and here we have tested different gas rotation times, because in order we have made some calculations, some other groups, and found out that in order to have a good economical process, your gas flow should be below 1 hour gas rotation time. It's even better if you can go half-hour gas rotation time through the reactor. So this is where we came up to. So the gas provided from the bottom, and from the top we wrestled down the digestate, providing nutrients for the process. So providing nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, etc. So we have here, and we provide that through this process. So this is the pilot we have in a container, where actually here you can see the pumps which they wrestle down the digestate, and also the gas comes up down. I can tell you, we don't have time to come into details, but if you provide digestate, we found out that if you don't have enough nutrients, and especially nitrogen was missing, was not enough, so then the process was going from heterotrophic methanogenesis to homocytogenesis. That means instead of getting methane, we were getting gas phase. But this, if you know when, you can steer it by adjusting the nutrient supply to the process. So this one has been tested in the Varga, in the other wastewater treatment plant, and that was last year. It was quite successful. And then the next step, we took it to Lviv biogas plant, where we attached it to their gas system. And again, we could get methane contents of over 96–97%. So the current situation now is that we have a collaboration here with some companies, and they are going actually to upscale that to higher scales. And they are going, especially these companies are wishing to market this technology. So there is another similar technology from Electrocare. They have also tested their pilot in the same place where we had tested ours, that is the Avedura wastewater treatment plant. And it's similar technology. The difference is here, we have higher pressure into the reactor, and also, as far as I know, they have pure archaea cultures. I don't know exactly which culture it is. It's it's, I guess, company secret. So I would summarize the challenges for biological upgrading is the gas liquid transfer, and here plays a very important role the configuration of the reactor, how the dimensions of the reactor, treating bed reactor, etc. The filling material is extremely important. We have tested different filling materials, and for instance, some did not upgrade at all, like if you used glass rings, while some other materials were very effective, so because they somehow promote the biofilm, a good biofilm formation into that. The pressure is also something that maybe you can play with to increase the pressure, to have a better contact, gas-liquid contact. Microbiology can be a challenge, and especially actually in some cases without previous warning, then you can go to homocytogenesis rather than methanogenesis, which you have to learn actually the process much more what's DRC in order to avoid this case. And also you should bear in mind that the process is exothermic, so that means you have to have both heating, cooling of your system in case that the temperature goes wrong. So I have also another case where we use the biogas, the methane, now to produce a single cell protein. And of course, protein is something we need. We have it mainly from soya and plant protein, and then why not microbial protein? And when we say microbial protein, here it refers to single cell microorganisms with high protein content, and you can have pure cultures of algae, yeast, I mean, not necessarily pure cultures, this is a mistake from me, can be mixed cultures. Fungi or bacteria. I have written bacteria here because in this specific case, we were working in the methane oxidizing bacteria. And you can see here the properties of it. They have high protein content, low fat, which is good if you don't want a lot of fat in your food, but they have also high levels of nucleic acids, which if you would like to process it, to use it for humans as protein supply, you would need to reduce that, and that will make the whole thing extremely expensive. But however, you can use it for animal feed, additive to animal feed. And the process is not new, it's quite old. We had in the 70s Imperial Chemical Industries, and then we have a Danish company called Unibio, and they are actually having sold plants to Russia, and also I think they are negotiating also with Saudi Arabia. We have Calista. I think the Calista have somehow bought shares in the Unibio company, so they are bit somehow merged. I'm not quite sure about that. Anyway, you can see here the Unibio reactor. This is the product, is very clean. However, they produce this single cell protein at the moment from natural gas. So they are very interested for moving to use waste and biogas. So the concept is, we have a project together with them to use biogas, upgrade it to pure methane, and then make fermentation to produce single cell protein, and then the single cell protein can be fed back to the animals, and in that way with a closer cycle. Then here actually you can say, okay, this sounds simple, we know the processes, biogas is known, commercial process, biomethanation, but there are still some questions to answer if we want to implement the solution to commercial scale. For instance, is this hydrogen sulfide, how toxic is that from the contaminants? Then do we need to remove the carbon dioxide before going to single cell protein, or we can do it directly? Are there nutrients enough actually to feed our single cell protein so we can have the closed system? So here you can see we made some experiments. Here is actually batch fermentation where we measure the growth, and you can see this is with natural gas and synthetic media, while in the others we had tried all different combinations using biogas as a feed or using the digestate as a provision for the nutrients. In all cases, the elemental analysis was similar, so we got the same kind of protein. And then we made also analysis of the microorganisms, and we got always a syntropic, actually, co-culture of Methanomonas and Methylophilus. So Methylomonas is a protobacteria of gamma type, and can oxidize the methane to methanol, while it's inhibited by methanol. Methylophilus, on the other hand, cannot use methane as a supply for its substrate, but it can use methanol. So in that way, these two guys grow syntrophically. One makes the product for the other, and the other actually uses it and keeps the inhibition away from the Philomonas species. So in our case, we had made many experiments. We always found these two combinations, Methylomonas and Methylophilus. Here you can see that in pure methane was growing well, while in the biogas it was not growing so well. So later on we tested different hydrogen sulfide concentrations, and we found that the EC50 in this case was 13 ppm. So that means you have to really think about that the hydrogen sulfide has to be removed from biogas if you want to go in this direction. In the same way, we checked are there enough nutrients to support the growth, and then we found out that especially copper was lacking, because copper is actually a particulate methane monoxygenesis which catalyzes the hydroxylation of methane to methanol, and this is dependent. This PMMO is dependent on copper. So that means here you see this is the synthetic medium that had the next one. Yeah, you can see here that even the synthetic medium had too low concentration of copper. Where you can see this is a synthetic medium, so all the concentrations up to here were advantageous for the single cell protein production. Another nutrient that could be too low actually is the iron. So you have to really look at what do they need and etc. I will not go through the slides because I think the time has passed, but you cannot use direct digestate to cultivate single cell protein. So you have to extract the nitrogen, the nutrients, and then provide pure biogas and pure nutrients. Because due to regulatives, it will never be allowed to use the proteins afterwards for feed. So if you remove the organic matter to the gas phase, so you are again away from the waste, and if you remove the nutrients away from the original waste, then you maybe will not have these restrictions. However, I would say that the regulations are still not clarified. So we would need new regulations if we are going to use waste to produce feed for animals. Although we have removed them directly from the waste away to another phase, that means either to gas phase or pure extraction of nutrients, still we would need to put down some regulators. Another problem actually about this single cell protein as feed, which is communicated to us from the companies, for instance from Unibio, is that the price is too low. So there actually we need again to somehow from government put some initiatives to somehow promote this renewable ways of producing. So I will not go through that. So the vision is here to exploitation of waste streams, nutrients recovery, efficient way for protein production. Yeah, I have more here. I will go fast. Yes, I think that's my last one. I don't know how much time I passed. Yeah, okay. So this is my opinion. So biogas process is an excellent process because it's a scavenger. That means it takes both proteins, lipids, sugars, and convert them to biogas. So from there, then we can move to have another product. There are other processes, like for instance, fermentations where you take pure cultures, pure substrates. It's not that of what I'm talking about. If you are talking about wastes, it will be also extremely difficult to downstream process your product. Let's say that you produce volatile fatty acids. It will be almost killing the process, the cost to somehow extract the product. So I would really vote for biogas as a good process. Future applications of biogas, the future application is not going to be to target on electricity and heat. We're going to have higher value products. many possibilities to go to higher products. Biomass, again, is a limited resource, so we should exploit it the best way we can. That's going to be the future. And there are many technologies. I just mentioned 2 examples, but there are really many different technologies, and new ones are emerging all the time. Biomass should fill holes where wind, sun, etc. fail in respect to production of electricity. So that's my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Irini. So we have again 2 questions from our online audience. So the first one is related, what is your view on the potential anaerobic bioconversion from flue gases, from thermal processes? What is your opinion on that?
Yes, I mean, in respect to biomethanation, I guess.
Yes, I guess, yeah.
There we have to somehow, it's a bit challenging because flue gases contain a lot of nitrogen. So that means if you upgrade, you can possibly remove the carbon dioxide, but still you will have the nitrogen, which will be diluting the energy density of your biomethane. So there, it can be done. Actually, people will work on that. You can probably use some technologies to somehow up-concentrate the carbon dioxide and then use the technology of biomethanation to convert that to methane. There are membranes, there are selective membranes where you can use some carbon dioxide selectively separated from the other gases.
We have one question about power-to-gas technology. It's from a PhD student, Marco, from Italy. He's struggling to determine the KLA of hydrogen in the systems. And he's struggling to determine the KLA in the reactor. So according to your experience, you have worked a lot. Is there any instrument or probe to measure directly hydrogen inside the reactor to help?
I cannot answer that.
No, it's a very technical question. Yeah. No problem. We have a couple of comments more from Guillermo that we will move, Quijano, we'll move to the round table. Maybe this one, it's time for one question, 2 questions, Jules, and Cornell. And we will move to the...
Maybe a very simple question, but it's an exothermic reaction. The reactor must heat up. So what did you do about it?
Yeah, you see, actually it's quite interesting because we had calculated that it would be extremely hot, the reactor, but apparently it did not. And in the lab, it certainly does not. But we thought when you move to, then you have the volume to surface much more strong there. If you remove in scale, that would need a lot of cooling. Apparently we did not remove cooling, but we had actually built in that we had possibilities of cooling down. Because I just say from the calculations we had, we thought that it would be extremely difficult to keep it cold, to keep in the temperature. So there actually, I don't know, because maybe the reasoning down, it's cooling itself, and yeah, it was not a problem in the pilot.
Thank you.
Good question, Cornell.
There's always a lot to do about intermittency, and a lot of processes are being developed there, but like a current electrolyzer is not economic if it doesn't run 8,000 hours per year, which is 333 days. How important do you think this focus on intermittency of power is? Is that really going to be something for the future?
I think actually Power-to-X is really going to dominate in the future. It's not only for biomethanation, but also for other technologies. At the moment, they have built, at least in Denmark, so huge electricity capacity that they really want to heat up rooms with electricity, etc. So the Power-to-X is really going to be the future technology. And you say, of course, it's expensive to build electrolyzers, but they are going to be improved, I guess. People are working on the electrolyzers. and the products are going to be more expensive because there is this green transition, and the governments actually expect the green transition technologies to cost money. So they are preparing for these technologies because there's not any other way to do it. There's not any way to economically compete with the fossil fuels. They have to put money in that. And of course, I think as we saw a huge decrease in the electricity production for windmills and photovoltaics, we're going to see huge improvements also in all different sectors. But I agree with you, at the moment, it's not economical, but it's going to happen. That's my view.
Okay, so thank you very much again, Ginny. I think thanks to all the speakers. Okay, so I think it's time for a break after these 4 intensive presentations. So please be back in 15 minutes. Okay, so 15 minutes of coffee break and we will be back soon.
We are very, very sorry that we cannot have them here, but anyway, they will give an interesting talk. We'll have two presentations, then we will have the roundtable, and at the end we'll have the closure words from the rector of University of Valladolid. So I can start introducing our Jean-Philippe Esteller, senior scientist at the INRAE LVE in Narbonne, France. His research interests include modeling and optimization of biological processes for waste and wastewater treatment and valorization. Over the past 10 years, the PhD students that Jean-Philippe supervised were dealing with modeling of microbial diversity, integrating thermodynamics in mass balance models, developing metabolic models together with innovative real-time instrumentation systems to get closer insights of the ecosystem life of bioprocesses and life cycle analysis to account for environmental impacts. He has also broadened his fields of application with anaerobic digestion as the core bioprocess, but integrating it with innovative processes such as microalgae cultivation for bioenergy or bioproduct sustainable production. Jean-Philippe is also currently deputy leader of the INRAE division Transform, about science for food, bioproduct, and waste engineering. He's also co-director of the INRAE meta program, Bioeconomy for Urban Areas. So Jean-Philippe, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Raúl. Can you hear me well?
Thank you very much. INRAE division Transform.
Is it okay for you? Raúl? Can you hear me? Yes, okay, good. So thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you, and really I would have liked to be with you for real. So thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you, and really I would have liked to. It's weird. I hear myself talking, so it's weird. Anyway, so unfortunately, I couldn't come to Valladolid because one of my students is defending his PhD tomorrow morning, and I couldn't come back on time in France. So I will do it remotely, and I will talk today about instrumentation, modeling and control of digester, an old story for today and tomorrow. So I come from a lab in the south of France, close to the Spanish border, near Barcelona, and we are about 80 people working on anaerobic digestion, and all of them send you a warm hello to all of you. So what we work on, which is really the topic of the seminar today, it's the environmental biorefinery framework, where you have multiple inputs, different organic waste, and which varies according to the territories, and you want to make commodities for the bioeconomy. And you have examples, and we talk a lot today about methane, but it could be different things. And my PhD, for example, tomorrow will link dark fermentation with with microalgae to make valuable products. So the topic today, it will be different. It's instrumentation, modeling, and control, as I said, and I will first start with instrumentation. So this is an example of a startup of a dark fermentation process, and my colleague who was running the process was measuring the pH every day at 9 a.m. And so what you can see here, it's a lag phase of 2 days, then a 0.5 unit decrease of pH, then a stable activity for 7 days. And this, with this evolution, he couldn't understand and explain the other measurement and explain what was going on in this process. So I told him, well, you also have an online pH, so why don't you look at it? So Raúl tells me you cannot hear me well. I'm sorry for this. Would it be better like this? Is it better like this? No, it is worse. So I can continue. I can continue with the microphone, maybe. If it is okay for you. Yeah. So I will continue. So yeah, he couldn't explain. My colleague couldn't explain the results he was measuring, the other measurement he was performing on his process. So I told him, well, why don't you look at the online pH? And what you can see here, well, bad luck for him. The first day he was coming back at 9 a.m., the same value as the first day. And what you see, it's completely different. You have no lag phase at all. It starts immediately. The dynamics is changing because you could see that the slope of the descent is different after 2 days. And it's not only 0.5 units, but it's minus 0.5 and plus 0.7 unit in just of more than 1 day. And well, is the activity constant in the remaining period because the pH was regulated? And in fact, not at all. Here you have the recording of the flow of soda added every time pH was reaching 5.5, and you can see that the frequency is changing over days. So the main message I want to tell here is that even if you regulate some variables, there is a lot of information in the control action you do on your process to assess the dynamic of your process. So that's the first message. You all know the scheme of anaerobic digestion, which goes from liquid, solid to gas phase. And when in terms of measurement, it's always easier to measure in the gas phase than to measure in the solid phase. So, and also an end product is not so informative. So you want to go as close as possible to the solid to measure. So we'll evaluate several techniques to measure and develop sensors for anaerobic digestion. And the question we wanted to answer is which sensor has the largest potential for industrial use, which means the maximum of information with the minimum of maintenance. So for several years, we operated this process. So this is dedicated to liquid waste first. So it's a fixed bed reactor of about 1 cubic meter. And over the years, so that's the scheme of the process here. And over the years, we implemented several sensors like a TOC analyzer, tetrametric sensor, and 2 spectrometer, UV spectrometer and mid-infrared spectrometer. So here you have the different variables you can measure in lines. And in column, you have the different techniques. So what you can see here, it's, well, with classical measurement like pH, temperature, gas flow, CO2, and pressure, you can estimate bicarbonate and dissolved CO2, for example. With a TOC analyzer, you can measure the TOC because it's made for. But with tetrametric UV and ER spectrometer, you can measure much more. But the main message here is not exactly this. The main message is here you have different sensors. On the left, it's a tetrametric sensor that was commercialized by Amplitech in Belgium. In the middle, you have the TOC analyzer, and in the right, you have the infrared spectrometer that was implemented in the Netherlands in a full-scale plant. All of them, they provide numbers. They provide numbers, but also the tetrametric sensor provides tetrametric curve at the same time as numbers, and the infrared provides spectrometer. And this is not done by the TOC meter, which is nothing else than automated chemistry. And you don't have the image of how the measure is obtained. So since these measurements are very important to decide about action on the plant, it is very important that the sensor provide also, excuse me, provide also confidence index, like the way it is measured, like a tetrametric curve or spectra. And if you don't agree with this confidence index, you will be able to remove the measurement. And now if you go to solids, you have different possibilities over the years. And also you have a large diversity of ways to handle, and it's quite complex in terms of sensor development. So over the years, it went from global to fine characterization, and from the quantity to the quality also of organic matter. So like dry matter, volatile solids, etc., up to infrared and 3D fluorescence, for example. So the question is how to assess biodegradability. So the first thing to do is you can do it with a BMP, of course, but it takes several weeks to do it. Or you can make an infrared spectra, and here you have example of the infrared spectra you can have on different waste. And so the question is how to link this, and there is a way. I will not go into details, but it's a partial least square models we use in this case to link BMP values with infrared of the waste before it is sent to the BMP test. And what you have here, it's the results. On the right, you have the what we call flash BMP, which is predicted by the near spectrometer. And on the x-axis, you have the real BMP, which is measured. And you can see that you can have a quite accurate model predicting the BMP. So that was the first study we did some years ago, and we completed. And now, with an infrared spectrometer, what you can predict quite efficiently, it's a BMP, but also the concentration of carbohydrates, proteins, lipids, CO2, and also the kinetics of methane during batch test, specific batch test, which will be used to estimate the ADM1 parameters, for example, the model. So you have paper dealing with this if you're interested. And this works. This is a full-scale implementation on the real plant, and you can see that you have a quite nice prediction of the dynamics of your plant just based on the characterization of the waste. Another issue is more than biodegradability is bioaccessibility. So let's imagine that you want to determine how many peach you have in this pine and how many coconuts you have in this pine. The main difference is that if you assume that all of them have the same organic content, well, the accessibility will be much different. It will be very easy in the peach and quite difficult in the coconuts. So how to differentiate them? So what we did is we developed a combination of chemical extractions and 3D fluorescence spectroscopy to assess this difference between like peach and coconuts and to assess the accessibility of the waste. So sequential chemical extractions is you use different solvent to extract, like to peel a peach, peel an orange until you reach non-extractable matter. And you combine it with and this is a way, this was a trick to find a way to mimic microbial accessibility with chemistry. And then you combine it with 3D fluorescence spectra. Here you have an example, and you can determine zones where each zone is related to a specific compounds. And by measuring the volume of the peak into the spectra, you will assess how much organic compounds, specific organic compounds are present. And this is very nice. Now let's go to modeling. Modeling, this is I just did it last week. This is on the Web of Science with anaerobic digestion and model, the number of papers and the number of citations you have per year. So you can see a quite excellent, an exponential curve. And several years ago with Juan Lema, we were involved in a European project called AMOCO. And what we did is we wanted to model a process. So we said, okay, this is the range of operating condition you want to assess. And so input concentration in terms of grams COD per liter between 5 and 15. and residence time, it was on liquid wastewater between 1 day and 5 days. So we said, okay, we will start here. And after we move the process little by little to different points. And it took us an afternoon to decide on this scheme. And really what the main thing, what we did is, the main decision we took is, well, for each point, we will keep the process in steady state for 3 HRT. And we will take measurements during the transitions every HRT divided by 3. And this was a key decision because the model worked. And as you can see on the slide, this was the data we used to calibrate the model. So 80 days of measurements with chemical oxygen demand, VFA, pH, and also total inorganic carbon. That was manual measurements. And this was in 95. And several years later, by then we had all the sensors installed on our process. You can see here the feed flow at the top in blue, and all the measurements measured in combination of 2 or 3 sensors. And the simulation are here. And what you can see is it's handling quite nicely at the same time the fast dynamics and the slow dynamics. And for me, this is quite remarkable that the model is still working several years after the calibration, and you can use it, for example, to detect some sensor problem like you can see here. And this is based on the good decision we took because of Juan mainly. Coming back to modeling, a big change was in 2002 when the Iowa ADM1 model was published, and this has changed a lot the modeling issues. ADM1 is quite a complex model, but the main message is it works. It works even very well. You have here 150 days of hybrid reactor with USB and then fixed bed at the top. And you can see that you can simulate quite nicely your process. But what about using the accessibility of the waste and to try to improve even a little bit more ADM1? So if you come back to what I presented just before, what you can do is, well, if you want to make a link between anaerobic digestion and composting, for example, you have models, but the models are not using the same inputs. So it's quite tricky to combine these models. Whereas if you apply the chemical extraction plus the 3D fluorescence, you can have a nice way to combine it. And this has been done. So we ran anaerobic digestion combined with composting and combined also with crop soil incubation. And this is the results. In blue, there are the measurements. Here it's gas flow and COD. And you can see that in red, you have the simulation. So it's fitting quite well the results over several weeks. And also you have a simulation of each organic fraction, and you can assess the degradability over time of all these variables, which is quite important and quite nice to combine processes. Now let's go to control. So control is what we call closed loop control. So here you have an example, an illustration of what you can have. So varying inputs going to the digester and varying output in the digestate, for example, in this case. And what you want to do is to use sensor to react to control your process in order to minimize either the organic matter remaining or maximize the gas flow, the methane gas flow you get at the end. There's an Iowa task group on instrumentation, control, and automation. And there was a paper published some years ago, but it was making the history of what were the scientific question when it started in '93 in London in the conference. And the last one was, by then, was the one we organized in Narbonne in 2013. And the main message I have here is there is a benchmark simulation model of an activated of a wastewater treatment plant combining activated sludge, so primary and secondary clarifier, and also the digester here. And since you have not, as before, you don't have the same variables for ASM model, like activated sludge model and ADM1 model, so you have this little box which makes the combination, the interface between the two models, and this is benchmarked. This has been validated, and all the source code in different language is available on the website, which is indicated here. So don't bother to try to program any model anymore. It's for free available there. And just to illustrate what kind of performance you can get with closed loop control, well, here you have an anaerobic lagoon, and on the right you have a free nice bend reactor. They were treating the same wastewater, removing the same quantity of COD per day, but on one side you have 300 cubic meters, 21 days, and quite a rustic process with no control, while on the right you have 150 liters, 1 day, and closed loop control with sensors. So you can achieve quite efficient results and with closed loop control. Like another illustration here, no open loop from day 0 to day 5, so varying BFR concentration, and after day 5, you apply a closed loop control with different set point in red, and you can see that you can drive your process where you want. And there is a paper summarizing the main research challenge on the topic of instrumentation and control of anaerobic digestion processes. And what I wanted to indicate here, it's not only to be assessed, I mean, the control law is not to be assessed in terms of performance, but also in terms of complexity in mathematics and complexity in sensor. And the message here is that there is not one best solution because there is no green line. It's always pro and con for each if approach. Each line here, it's one PhD. And what I used to say is that you need to be quote unquote in love with your process if you want to control it efficiently and nicely. Also, another message is never forget a sensor can be clogged. Here you have examples of sensors, and you can imagine that you will get measurement maybe, but I will not trust this measurement. Keep maintenance as easy as possible. Well, if you have a gas flow at the top of the roof, so maybe the best way the easiest way to maintain it. So you have to keep this in mind also. And to answer also Raul's question is what is next? Well, the first thing is big change, big improvement of spectrometer, for example. Here you have an example of a cheap, like few thousand euros spectrometer. So you can see it's very small and it's very efficient. And this might change a lot the situation very soon. And also, microbial fuel cell could be used as biosensor to measure different things in the process. So you have a technology advance that is coming, and this will improve a lot the situation. Also, in terms of co-digestion, well, if you have several substrates to co-digest, 1 + 1 is equal to 2 or less. So the main challenge here is model-based optimization, and you have several approaches that are done and that improve a lot the efficiency in terms of gas production. Something which I like it a lot, it's well, you have methane, but also you have digestate, and if you want to use it as a fertilizer, well, you have to start with the soil and the plant needs, and you can do some reverse engineering because you have to have compromise management. And if you do so, you have a quite huge amount of challenges input management, process condition, treatment aspects, and this the mathematical models can be very useful for this. Last but not least, lack of actuators. Well, Anna talked about CO2 fixation, for example, and CO2 can be used in some way to control a process. But she also mentioned hydrogen and biomethanation, and I will not go any more in details, but it's a quite new topic. But what she mentioned is this could be used. Hydrogen can be produced by the surplus of electricity, and what has changed in the last years is that electricity grid and gas grid didn't talk to each other before, but now they can talk to each other, and this is very important issue, because what you have it's difficult to store electricity, whereas storing gas is quite easy. And for example, in the gas grid in France has a capacity of storage of 4 months of use of natural gas. So here you have a view of what could be used as electrolysis to produce hydrogen, and also biomethanation after, and to store extra energy in the gas grid. Later, I'm sure will say very nice things, and I really like microbial resource management, and so I will not go into details, but you have a few papers here to illustrate what could be done. With this, I want to thank you for your attention. I'm sorry if you didn't hear me too well, and I have a special message to end up my talk for forever young person, which is one. So enjoy tomorrow. And hope to see you soon. Thank you very much. I don't know if you have any question.
Okay, so we apologize for the technical issue, and also, the presentation was delayed because they tried to take the sound from YouTube, so it was an issue with the connection between the streaming and the sound in the room. So maybe we were too ambitious having the streaming and in-person conference here. So I don't know if anyone in the room could follow reasonably the presentation and has questions for Jean-Philippe. Okay, so we have Miguel, and then we will shift to the presentation. And I think
yeah. So in the meantime, I will put one question, put it in the chat here, Jean-Philippe, thank you. So it's from Andres Donoso, and he asked if you think that data-driven models, so these phenomenological models, can play a role in anaerobic digestion modeling.
Of course.
Did you understand the question, or can you hear me?
Yeah, I could understand very well. Is it okay?
I cannot hear you, so maybe you are answering.
Answering.
No, it's the delay.
But to answer to Andres, yes, I prefer knowledge. Modeling knowledge directly, like model-based mass balance models, but data-driven models can be very useful. And if you have a large amount of data, but you can combine both of them. That's even the best.
So maybe Jean-Philippe, maybe you can answer. You have questions in the chat, so it might be easier to read some of them. At least there will be no lag phase between our questions and your answers.
How do you measure TS and BS with a portable analyzer? We don't use spectrometer to measure VS and TS. This is a measurement that has been done. To what extent a highly instrumented control digester is more expensive than the low-tech digesters? Well, it's I mean, you don't need all the sensor to operate a process. I mean, we all implemented to get them together to assess the benefit of each of them. But to control a process, you just need one or two. And this is very useful, especially if you have a disturbance occurring. And if you have disturbance on the digester, you all know that it's difficult to manage. So if the sooner you can react, the better it is. And if you can save several months of stopping your process, this would be very useful. And the payback time, I mean, we have, there's a startup company that is selling all of this, and the payback time is 1 year. 2 years maximum. And with several examples now.
So Jean-Philippe, it's difficult for us to follow you. So maybe maybe you can, if you want, you can answer.
Anymore. I don't know if other people.
Okay.
So our next speaker is Lutgarde Raskin. So Lutgarde is a distinguished university professor of environmental engineering at the University of Michigan. And before she was professor at the University of Illinois, where she received her PhD. She's an expert in microbial aspects of anaerobic waste treatment and drinking water treatment technologies. So Dr. Raskin is an elected fellow of the American Academy of Microbiology, the International Water Association, and the Water Environment Federation. She was elected to the US National Academy of Engineering in 2021. So we receive now Lutgarde.
Thank you very much. I think, Marta, this is you, but I can't really see who is introducing me. So thank you very much for the introduction. Can you all hear me well? Okay, so the people online can hear me. Can the people in the audience hear me as well? Okay, great. Thank you so much. I will start by thanking the organizers for inviting me to provide this presentation. And they give me, so I was assigned this very difficult title, Potential of Molecular Biology, for Potential of Molecular Biology Tools in AD. And so as you can imagine, this is a very, very broad topic. So I had to really reflect on what I would include in my presentation today. So what I did to reflect this, I thought looking at history is a good thing. And I really wanted to honor Professor Juan Lema, since the symposium is in honor of him. So I started thinking about when did Juan start attending the IWA Anaerobic Digestion Conference. And so I have this world map here with all the different locations and years of the AD conference. And I'm thinking one may have started attending, in one of the very first ones, but I know for sure he was present at the one in 2013, since he chaired that particular AD conference. And that was actually the first time that I personally interacted with Professor Lemma. I was invited to present the plenary lecture at that conference in Santiago de Compostela, and I still look back at that and think fondly of all the great experiences we had there. I also want to continue my map real quick to show you that we have the next anaerobic digestion conference in the US, in the United States, in Ann Arbor, Michigan in 22. So I hope Professor Lemma and all of you can join us in Ann Arbor, Michigan next year in June. So since I'm talking about that past conference, I looked back at my presentation that I prepared back then. Okay, so I see people commenting about the echo from the conference room. Is there anything that can be done about that? So somebody needs to mute the conference microphones. So I'm not sure if I should continue or wait. I don't see any response from the people in the conference room. Okay, so I think I will continue. I was talking about reflecting on history, and I went back to my presentation from the AD 13 conference in Santiago de Compostela. As you can see my title slide, I talked about microbial ecology of engineered anaerobic bioreactor systems. And some of the things that I was trying to convey at that time was that us as microbial ecologists studying anaerobic digestion oftentimes make these statements like, it's important to better control microbial communities to improve the operation of anaerobic digesters and optimize biogas production. But I argued at that time that we really need to go beyond making these statements, need to go beyond these observational studies, but truly link microbial ecology and environmental biotechnology. And one of the big themes of my talks was to perform hypothesis-driven research to improve anaerobic digestion. But I also talked a little bit about full-scale survey studies and how potentially, if we would have the right ecological platforms, we could potentially link microbial community structure and function and really start using monitoring microbial processes to help steer the function of our anaerobic digesters. And I also talked briefly about engineering microbial communities to accomplish functions that we were interested in. So when I reflect back on that particular talk, I think we've made a lot of progress in the last decade. But what I also found interesting reflecting on that was that the two topics that I still am really excited about and that I was thinking about picking as my main areas for this presentation were things that I already talked about back then. So full-scale survey studies and engineering microbial communities. So I decided to stick with that and make those the two topics of my presentation, give you a little bit of an update of what has happened in the last decade with regard to these two topics. And obviously, I'm not going to be able to go into too much detail. I hope I can do justice at some of the great work that's going on in both of these areas. So if I start with full-scale work, and we reflect back on what we used to do, we pretty much, whenever we developed a new molecular method, and those of you who are working in this field know it's really hard to keep up with all the molecular methods that are being developed. Pretty much for every new molecular method, there's a whole bunch of new full-scale survey studies. And my group contributed to this. There's some excellent studies, but many of them didn't really go beyond these claims. They're pretty descriptive. And yes, we probably obtained deeper understanding of the microbial community structure, but we didn't really go as far as using that to improve process performance. One of the reasons that industry hasn't been able to adopt our microbial monitoring tools to help steer performance is that the expertise was lacking in industry to some extent. A lot of the molecular methods were not sufficiently high throughput to apply in practice, and the data analysis is really challenging. And I think we're at a point where we can now start applying our methods to full-scale operation because we've made so much progress in all of these areas. The methods are becoming quite routine and definitely high throughput. A lot more people who are working in industry have been trained to think about using microbial molecular methods. So it's becoming easier. There are a number of platforms that have been developed, and I'm just going to highlight a couple of them. The one that is perhaps most prominent was developed by the group of Per Nielsen in Denmark, and they refer to that as MIDAS, which stands for Microbial Database for Activated Sludge. It's kind of an unfortunate name because now they're stuck with that name, and they are, of course, expanding beyond activated sludge and also including anaerobic digestion. You can inform yourself if you're interested in what this platform has been able to accomplish. It's really quite impressive. They have a large collection of data from all over the world, and they have an excellent website that you can see here at the bottom of my slide. This publication is the most recent one from this year, where they give the recent update on the 4th version of MIDAS. And one characteristic of that approach is that they use 16S ribosomal RNA gene sequencing, but they use a full-length sequence as opposed to a short fragment. And that really makes a difference in terms of the type of the quality of the data they get, and expands the number of populations, the representation of the populations in the samples that they analyze, and it makes a huge difference. I'm not going to go further into details, but if you're interested in hearing the latest and the best update, it's from Morten Duholm, who is the lead for that project right now. You can go to the MIWI website. So MIWI is the Microbial Ecology for Water Engineering specialist group of IWA, and they just finished their specialist conference. It was a hybrid conference in Delft, and they have these presentations online. So you can still register for the conference and listen to these presentations. I also don't want to just advertise for this platform. I want to highlight another platform that's out there, the Global Water Microbiome Consortium, a platform that's led by Professor Joe Zhu from the University of Oklahoma in the US. They also have an excellent website, as you can see here at the right, and they published this publication in Nature Microbiology to highlight their initial findings focused on bacteria in wastewater treatment plants. They're little bit different than the work that's led out of Denmark, in that they use a number of different methods to analyze their samples. And so you see a summary of the different methods here. So each of them have their advantages and disadvantages. So the Denmark approach is much more focused, really focused on high quality data collection, whereas this gives you a much broader diversity of the methods that might be helpful to different applications that you may be interested in. I'm highlighting this one in particular because in addition to activated sludge sampling, this platform is interested in expanding their anaerobic digester microbiome initiative. So people in the audience may be interested in contributing samples. They have analyzed more than 1,000 samples so far from 75 plants all over the world, as you can see here in this world map. So if you're interested in contributing, go to their website and you can sign up to provide samples, and they have very detailed guidelines on sampling and collection protocols. So it talked about the methods becoming routine and high throughput, the platforms that are being developed, but are things being used, are starting to be used by companies to actually monitor microbial populations in full-scale systems to steer operation? And the answer is yes. I don't have a lot of information that I can share, but I'm going to refer you to another excellent presentation by Dr. Aleida Holmes de Vos van Steenwijk from the Netherlands, who presented another keynote lecture at the MIWI conference on exactly this topic. And I was really impressed with the progress that we've made in this field. Her applications are not yet in anaerobic digestion, but you can look at the presentation to get inspired to apply this for those of you who are working in industry to help monitor anaerobic digestion performance. So this is my quick update on how far we've come in terms of full-scale operation using microbial methods. And I want to give you another update on the concept of engineering microbial communities. So the second topic of my short presentation, help you think about how far we've come in that area. And one way to think about this is go and read this really excellent publication by Chris Lawson in Nature Reviews Microbiology. It was published a couple of years ago, and it is the best information that I think is out there for our field, reflecting on engineering microbial communities. Of course, people in the medical field are working on this as well, and you can find some really excellent publications in terms of engineering microbial communities in the gut, in our gastrointestinal tract. But when you're interested in our field, this is really an excellent publication. Chris did this work when he was a PhD student in the lab of Dan O'Gara and Catherine McMahon at the University of Wisconsin. And he distinguished in his paper between these two approaches: at the right, the top-down approach, and at the left, the bottom-up approach, to end up with an engineered microbiome that has desired functions. And so I'll go a little bit further into this for you, and I'll start with a top-down approach. So I'm simplifying things a little bit to make it clear to you here. So if we use a top-down approach, and this is really the most common approach that us as environmental engineers are using, what we do is we inoculate our systems, or we rely on natural inoculation, depending on whether we have lab scale systems or full scale systems. Then we select bioreactor physical configurations and operating conditions to steer the system to obtain desired outcomes. We often apply modeling tools, as we just heard from Jean-Philippe. We we change process variables to influence function, and we end up with an engineered microbiome that hopefully performs as we had planned. This process requires multiple iterations, as we all know, and if you really want to make an impact, we have to evaluate the economics as well as the environmental impacts of our processes. So as I said, this is the most common approach, and this is certainly the approach that my research group has used most commonly. So I'm going to show you an example of this approach in a project in which we are trying to improve the hydrolysis of lignocellulosics when we think about co-digestion of organic waste streams. And we all know that these lignocellulosics are difficult to degrade, difficult to hydrolyze, so it's often the rate limiting step when we think about our traditional anaerobic food web. Thinking about inocula to help seed a system, of course, the stomach of cows, the rumen, is a really great environment because it has really excellent hydrolysis of lignocellulosic materials. And here you see Xavi Fonoy, who was a postdoc in my research group at the time we did this work, taking a rumen fluid sample from a fistulated cow to seed our bioreactors. And a nice little side note, Xavi is originally from Andorra, but did his PhD in Spain, in Barcelona. And Xavi attended my presentation at 2013 anaerobic digestion conference, and then approached me afterwards and ended up in my lab thanks to that conference that Juan organized. So I really owe Juan a lot for sending Xavi to Michigan and to do all this great work in my lab. Anyway, we used rumen inoculum, and we also started thinking about the physiology of the rumen and the cow's intestinal tract in general to help us think about reactor design. So that's the second step in that top-down approach. So when you look at the rumen and you think about the lignocellulosic materials moving through the rumen, you see that it ends up in the second stomach, the reticulum. But looking in a little bit more detail, you realize that there is this narrowing. So the material gets stuck when you transfer it from the rumen to the reticulum in the cow. And that creates a difference between the hydraulic retention time and the solids retention time. So you retain that lignocellulosic biomass, you promote biofilm formation, and you get additional biodegradation of your lignocellulosics through that mechanism. So we wanted to use that in our design of our bioreactors. And here you see this concept from the rumen translated into a bioreactor system. We decided to use a dynamic membrane bioreactor. So unlike the membrane bioreactors that Jules talked about, here we have a bioreactor that has a mesh to contain the suspended solids from the reactor. And this mesh also allows formation of a biofilm, which we call a dynamic membrane. And the pore sizes that we use vary between 100 microns and 1 millimeter in our system. And at the right, you see the actual photograph of the bioreactor in the lab. We tried to simulate the conditions of the rumen as well as we could. And here are some of these operational parameters. So solids retention time, hydraulic retention time, pH, and temperature were all very similar to the rumen conditions. We did obtain excellent lignocellulosic removal in our system for very short hydraulic retention time. So 12 hours is a very short retention time for a high solids waste stream like food waste or like a mixture of different organic waste streams. And we also observed that we retained the rumen microbial populations in the rumen bioreactor. So here are some data that Xavi obtained. I'm plotting here days of operation of a rumen bioreactor, and I'm plotting the populations, the relative abundance of the populations that originated from the rumen inoculum in my y-axis. And the blue are the rumen samples, inoculum on day 0, and we re-inoculated on day 79. So 100% of the rumen populations are, of course, originating from the rumen. But then when you look at the other biomass samples that we collected, you see that we have a pretty substantial fraction of the communities in those samples are originating from the rumen, between 40 and 75% or so. So we retained microbial populations. We can look into which populations are relevant, and I'm only going to show you some of the populations that we hypothesized being important in hydrolysis. We know that bacteria like Fibrobacter species are hydrolytic bacteria that are prevalent in the rumen and that we hypothesized could be important in our rumen bioreactor. And so here I'm plotting the Fibrobacter relative abundance on the y-axis versus the time of operation. And you can see that while this population was less abundant in our bioreactor samples, it was still fairly well represented throughout 100 or so days of operation. we further hypothesized that another population of microorganisms, anaerobic fungi, would be important in the bioreactor and help with the hydrolysis of these organic waste streams. And so Xavi developed a method to monitor the abundance of these anaerobic fungi. So he developed an 18S ribosomal RNA gene targeted quantitative PCR method. And he found these organisms to be present in the rumen inocula, as you can see on the blue bars, but you see very low abundance in the biomass sample. So our anaerobic fungi didn't appear to survive in our rumen bioreactor. So the Fibrobacter was likely responsible for hydrolysis, but our hypothesis on anaerobic fungi certainly needs more work. So that was my quick way to introduce the top-down approach on the right, and let me also briefly reflect on the bottom-up approach on the left. So again, I'm taking this picture from Chris's paper, Chris Lawson's paper, but I can explain things a little bit better by simplifying it. So what that approach does is it obtains isolates from complex communities that may yield important microbes. So obtain isolates, sequence the genomes, learn about the different populations, then use metabolic modeling to think about how to construct microbiomes. Potentially, if needed, do gene editing and synthetic biology to optimize pathways, and then reconstruct the microbiomes by combining these pure cultures of microorganisms to obtain your engineered microbiome. So a very different approach than what we typically use, but one that has a lot of potential. It's not that straightforward. I'm sure there's lots of iteration necessary, and I don't think the economic feasibility and environmental impact of that approach has been studied because there's still many challenges with this approach in terms of practicality, but it does look really promising. And I want to show you this example from the work of Michelle O'Malley. She's a professor at the University of California, Santa Barbara, and she took cow rumen samples, isolated pure cultures of anaerobic fungi and different bacteria and methanogens, and then combined them to create synthetic consortia and to evaluate the potential of these reconstructed consortia for anaerobic digestion. And she has quite a number of publications. I picked out a few that I would recommend if you're interested in this approach. So you could see this publication by Swift and O'Malley is the last author, where they combined a pure culture of an anaerobic fungi with a methanogen to improve anaerobic digestion. Of course, this is more of a proof of concept, but they were able to establish this co-culture and observed enhanced transcription of carbohydrate active enzymes, as opposed to just having the anaerobic fungi. They also have a publication in which they co-culture anaerobic fungi and Fibrobacter species. Remember, that is what we started looking at in our work with the rumen bioreactor. And here is the publication this year published in MBio. So in this study, they observed that there was an antagonistic relationship between the fungi and the bacteria, and they hypothesized that there may be production of fungal compounds that have antimicrobial activity. So I think there's a lot of unanswered questions with this approach, but I found it really interesting that they honed in on similar populations, and they observed that it was not possible to maintain these cultures in a synthetic consortium, and we were not able to maintain these two populations that obviously were present at the same time in the rumen, but we were not able to maintain them in our rumen bioreactors. So there's a lot of similarities between that work, even though the approaches that we used are incredibly different. So let me end by reflecting on these two approaches. This bottom-up approach that a lot of people are really excited about is becoming feasible because we've made great advances in our multi-omics methods. We can do gene editing and synthetic biology. We have a lot more high throughput screening methods available now, so you can quickly screen these synthetic microbial communities. We have metabolic modeling tools, network analysis tools, and we have a lot of data-driven design approaches that are being developed by people mostly in other fields, but we can start applying them to our field. I think for a while we will be continuing to use a combination of these approaches as environmental engineers, and some of the reasons, of course, are that we work with these very complex and seasonally variable substrates in our field. So we're continuously introducing microbes in our microbiomes that we're trying to engineer, so we don't have a closed system as is assumed in this bottom-up approach. And so we need to deal with that inoculation. There's still a lot of new learning to be done. For example, we assume that there is benefits to functional redundancy in these natural self-assembled microbiomes. We cannot accomplish that yet with synthetic microbiomes. And so we need to learn more about the importance of this functional redundancy. Do we need it? And if we do need it, and perhaps we need to really merge these two approaches even more so. If you're interested in reflecting on all of this, Chris Lawson, the same guy who wrote that paper a couple of years ago when he was a PhD student, is now an assistant professor, and he wrote this paper in M Systems that I find really inspiring. So go ahead and take a look at this if you want to reflect on these different approaches and how they can be applied to our field. Again, lots of people are thinking about this in different fields, but I haven't found too many high quality studies that have applied this approach to our field. So this is an excellent paper to reflect on that. All right, I want to acknowledge the people who have done a lot of the work that I talked about. Of course, I drew a lot from other people's work as well, but the people from my group who contributed to these studies are listed here. Steve Skurlos is a professor who I've collaborated with for a long time. Xavi Fonoy, I mentioned already, was a postdoc in my lab. Silva Stressa was a PhD student. Tim Fairley is still with us as a research scientist, and Quang Zhu is a newer postdoc in my research group. And I also want to acknowledge some of the newer PhD students who are shown here in this photograph, this recent photograph, first one since the pandemic, of my research group. And then finally, I'm going to leave you with this slide because I really want to advertise this conference that we are organizing next year in June. So here are the dates, June 19th through 22nd. And there's some photographs from Ann Arbor, Michigan to hopefully entice you to all make your way to Ann Arbor for the 17th IWA World Congress on Anaerobic Digestion. So thank you very much for your attention. And if there's time, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Luz. I don't know if you can hear us from the audience here. So as we have some technical problems to hear you online, so I suggest I invite you to answer. There are some questions on the chat already posed to you, 3-4 questions. So I will really invite you to answer those questions while we prepare here the room for the round table.
Okay.
That's right?
Thank you, Marta. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
we can hear you.
So let me see if I can we do single cell genomics on AD samples as a part of the top-down approach to link taxa and its function? If yes, how can we separate the cells from other materials in a really dense AD sample? prior to that. Yes, so this gets at the technological challenges that we still face, I think, with these approaches. So so we can certainly use single cell genomics to study our samples already, our complex samples from mixed communities. Whether we can then apply that to this bottom-up approach that I talked about, I'm not sure. I think we still need to culture and isolate before we can start applying that approach. But using these tools to study the systems is very feasible. I don't know if that is an answer to your question. Not sure who asked. Let me see. So there's a question about the hypothesis of why anaerobic fungi and fibrobacter coexist in the rumen, but apparently we're not able to have them coexist in our bioreactor systems or even in these co-culture environments that Professor O'Malley studied. And I don't really have an answer for this, but one hypothesis would be that there's a lot of niches in a rumen environment that may not exist in our bioreactor system. So if you have different niches where anaerobic fungi are supported and these fibrobacter species are supported, that may explain why they coexist in this rumen environment. So we definitely would need to study the rumen to get more information about that. And if that is then beneficial, we could translate that physiology again of the rumen environment to a bioreactor environment, perhaps by separating these different physical niches to support both of these populations if they end up both being important. That's one potential answer. I don't know. Maybe if I think more, I could come up with others. Should I keep going, Martha?
No, I think maybe you can then write your answer in the chat for the other questions. So now we move better for the round table. It's already, we have some delay. So we keep you here online with us for this round table with a more open discussion. Thanks a lot, Ruth.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now for the round table, we invite the 4 speakers that were present here in the room to come up.
I don't know if Anna is here, or we should just go and look for her.
Yeah.
You can sit down and use this microphone. Here. Yeah. You can share your mic. You can share mic here. I'm going to check if the affiliate is also connected. Twice.
Okay. So it's just
Okay, we are connecting. Jean-Philippe, can you hear us? Okay, and Lut, you can still hear us perfectly. Okay, so we have now like maybe half an hour just to discuss some pending questions, and also we have prepared some general questions for the high quality speakers we have. Okay, we have one question pending from Guillermo Quijano from UNAM. It's a more general question about greenhouse gas emission. It's stating that the consolidation of anaerobic digestion processes can result in higher potential for greenhouse gas emissions. He claims that the waste of digestate might represent a key methane emission hotspot, and what would be the challenge towards granting the sustainability of biogas production? Or maybe, Irene, you can use this.
Is it working, this one? Yeah. Okay. Well, this is a very important, actually, point that the emissions, because methane is a much stronger greenhouse gas compared to carbon dioxide. So therefore, it's extremely important to reduce the emission, the leakages for methane. And the digestate, actually, although we have digested, it could still continue emitting methane, producing methane, after we have released the effluent. So therefore, there had been an investigation many, many years ago where they measured actually what was the methane production capacity of the effluents of all the biogas reactors in Denmark. And we found at that time that they were released, the effluents could produce from 5% extra methane to almost 20% extra methane. So that means there was a huge potential that was not utilized in the main biogas reactor. And that has actually resulted in that all effluent tanks in Denmark, they are covered. And besides that, they collect the biogas production from the effluent, the after storage tanks. So this is an extremely important point that you raised, and therefore, in order to make the process sustainable, we have to reduce as much as possible. I mean, basically, theoretically, 100% the potential emissions of methane from the process.
Maybe in different countries they do it slightly different ways, but sorry to go back to the UK again. But it's a standard procedure for digestate to go into a storage tank for 7 to 14 days to decrease temperature, and this is where the hotspot for emissions are. So technologies, they are being investigated, go from vacuum stripping to other things that involve getting the dissolved methane out. And this is technology that is still under development. So yeah, it's very much something that needs to be addressed, but has not been addressed yet, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Well, there was a study done in the Netherlands on sewage sludge digesters, and there was quite some methane escaping, more than we thought, particularly in the decanters, centrifuges. And that, if you calculate the CO2 gains, it offsets, in fact. So there should be more awareness and in making everything gas tight and preventing that methane is vented to the air. But in general, another problem is, of course, with solid state digesters, you have more tools in hand to prevent post-storage vention of methane. But talking about wastewaters, and particularly the more less concentrated wastewaters, you have higher flows of liquid, and methane is solubilized in liquid. So from all industrial wastewater treatment plants, and certainly from domestic wastewater treatment plants, anaerobic, they emit quite some methane, and we should realize that. In Latin America, maybe 30%, 35% of the produced methane is solubilized in the effluent, and is vented to the air. So that's a fact, and we should take care that we take the measures that this is not vented to the air.
In a way, it has struck me that there's actually not that much research ongoing in methods with using methanotrophs and the like, other strategies to really deal with that methane. I mean, to me, it's one of the biggest problems AD has at the moment, these emissions, but the attention of the research world for that topic is really limited, really limited.
Maybe there was quite some studies done, but it was related to landfills.
Yeah.
And particularly from the Russian groups, from Alana Zhivnikova in the 90s, studying methane troughs on control landfills.
Yeah, but like now, everybody's excited about these anaerobic membrane bioreactors. Well, a lot of people are excited about these ANMBRs for domestic wastewater. If you're going to use them at lower temperature, it's a huge emission. And you always get the same statement like, yes, we're dealing with it with vacuum stripping, but I still want to see somebody dealing properly with it. We really need to put this on the agenda.
So thank you. So we know one of the biggest challenges already identified that are the emissions. So any other topics here in the audience? Maybe I can put one more further. So I think we have identified already that apart from the technological and scientific barriers, there are also another barriers, like social barriers and legal barriers, no? Just go to the market. So in any of the technologies, we have identified those barriers. So one question is, who is the responsible, or who are the main players to meet the technology further? Industry or academia?
I think if you start looking at what's happening at the moment, is that industry, certainly in the context of decentralized treatment and smaller units, is really leading the way and moving fast. And it's smart because they're better placed to sell some of the technologies to the customer, and the customer really appreciates the product that is being made, and that will reverse, to my opinion, drive the innovation. There's a lot of thinking ongoing in terms of the social aspects. What is going to happen if you bring technology much closer to people? So if somebody buys a unit in-house, that person gets a much closer relationship with technology. It can also be in a building that you see it, something visible. And then that you tap in that creativity base that is also your consumer, and they call that consumer-driven innovation. It's like an iPad where you can think along with things that the iPad could do and develop new apps. So similarly, what you see now that the companies that are moving in this space on these new technologies are starting to engage the customer far more directly. And I think that's a very, very interesting evolution, because thus far, all we do has been the business of large utilities, large installations, large companies, business to business, as they say. And what you see now is a shift towards business to customer. You have to convince a customer that the new system will have a higher value. So I think we should push hard for industry to do that, and then the R&D to enable it. That will then be also pulled along through academia.
I can also add here, actually, if we put it in another way, a lot of attention has been paid actually in Europe and all over Europe, basically, to go to the higher TRL level. So there actually we have to take the technologies and move to apply them. But I would say that we cannot go on the academia or the industry alone. We have really to integrate everything together, and also the customers as well. If we don't have this integration and we only think just to take the technologies and try to demonstrate and go to the market, then we lose actually the innovation, the new ideas. You cannot actually make progress only on old ideas. And this is maybe a little bit wrong in the way things have been moving recently, that the fundamental understanding and knowledge has not really been appreciated very much in Europe. So if we continue like that, I think countries away, in other regions away from Europe will pass much faster compared to us. So there is both the social part, the companies have to contribute, but also the academia has to come with new ideas, with completely innovation, novel ideas, mechanisms, understanding, and all these things. They cannot play alone, in my opinion. And this has become too much in Denmark, for instance. Now I go back to Denmark. So some companies, Novo Nordisk Foundation, they say we're tired about these high tier levels. Now we just we support projects that we go back to fundamentals. So we really need to take into account everything, all the levels. That's my opinion.
No, to add on this, but I think you one way or another, you need a market pool. So somebody should be interested in the product that is being made. Otherwise, you have a technology push and it's ending somewhere. And you mentioned utilities, and at least the experience what we have in the Netherlands for utilities, they are a perfect launching customers for any new technology. If you look at the new technologies that have been developed on environmental engineering, like the Anamox, the Nareda, aerobic granulocyte, name it, it's always that the utilities were the launching customer because they have a shared risk approach in launching the products. A commercial company will more easily calculate what is the return of investment in a short period of time. And I do feel that utilities can help there to at least to have this period overseeing this period of this, that is not directly advantageous or not directly bringing money. Because any innovation is an iterative process. It's not, I create something and we have an excellent product. It is going like this. And here it's you know, you need a market pool, but it is not, we have to realize it's not directly making money. It takes time, and utilities can play a role.
If I may respond, utilities are good launching customers, but we do have to realize that they make conservative choices, except some utilities in the Netherlands and elsewhere, but most utilities make very conservative choices. And that is normal because they talk about that they need to deal with large investments with government money. You build an installation, it has to work. It's a very high risk for a utility to have a failing plant. You cannot afford it. And that drives a certain conservative approach, which you cannot blame it on them. And we need different models where you can bring in more risk into the game. And again, then building sometimes smaller things makes for smaller risks. And that adding that innovation part to AD would be very useful besides what we're doing now.
I think we just missed to talk about regulation a little bit. So, anything that comes from a wastewater treatment plant is a waste, is not a product. And to go around and make something into a product that can be given away or sold is a very complex process that is done by lawyers most of the times. And so, they don't have that technical ability. And there's also a high complexity, a lot of money required for that big investment. And so, the utilities a lot of the times just like, well, I'm not interested, I'm not gonna do this because it's just too much work. It doesn't really see the benefit of doing it. So this end of sludge or end of waste regulations, they are really quite complex, not easy to achieve.
I would like to ask Jean-Philippe or Lutgarde, especially this the question about the main players to move technology in their areas, because probably they have an opinion on that. I don't know if we can get Jean-Philippe or Lutgarde.
Yeah, maybe I can say something. It's talking just about France, I see two main players that we are not always dealing with. It's I think Cornel was talking about the customer, but also the neighbor of the customer, like social acceptance of a digester in one place is quite difficult, at least in France, and I suspect all over the world. And also the farmers, people working in agriculture, they have to be involved, because if you want to deal with the whole chain of anaerobic digestion, you will have to deal with the digestate and how to use it as a fertilizer, and how to decide what to grow in the field based on what is needed for food, but also what could be used for culture, in a specific culture for digester, for example. And yeah, that's my feeling. And I agree with everything you said, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know if Lutgarde, in your particular field, is probably academia who is moving or is...
Yeah, I can add something. So things in the United States are very much dependent on what's going on at the state level. But I think the field is going to be driven by regulations to a large extent. So in some states, there's a lot of movement in terms of incentives for renewable gas production, for example. And so in those states, there's a lot of interest in anaerobic digestion and upgrading of biogas because there is those incentives that are driven by new regulations. In other states, not much is happening yet, but there's a lot of discussions all over the place. So I think it's a rapidly changing landscape in the US that is going to be driven by regulatory incentives.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if anyone in the room has any comment, any opinion on that you want to share with us? Like Xavier Flotats.
Yes, Xavier Flotats from the Technical University of Catalonia. I think that one of the main players are the governments, the parliament, because and the main example I have is here in Spain. We have a strong academia in the area of anaerobic digestion, very good research groups, technological centers. We have good engineering companies, some of them building biogas plants in France. And we have the potential to be the third producers of biomethane in Europe, based on the last studies of European Union. But actually, we are not at the top 3. We are at the bottom 3. Why? Because the player academia is not working? No. The companies are not working? No. It's because the government have not planned the future. We haven't regulations. The green certificate for renewable gas, or the original certificate, just last week was the deadline for presenting allegations to the project to be this regulation here in Spain. Now, many countries in Europe, there are a lot of years that they have this. So for me, there are all the social moment, of course, academia, companies, private companies, public companies, but the governments and the parliaments have the responsibility to design and to build the motorways where all the others
Thank you, Xavier. I have one comment I would like to raise also. We have seen now in Europe a lot of interest about green hydrogen, biohydrogen. Do you see biohydrogen within the scheme of these anaerobic digestion biorefineries? What's your opinion on that?
I can say my opinion here. When you see biohydrogen, you think about dark fermentation, right? I mean, I don't believe in that, to be honest. I don't think it's going to play a big role, because if you have your organic matter, you can have 2 stages. So first produce hydrogen, and there actually at maximum you can go maybe 20–30% of the energy, you can use it as hydrogen, and then you still have a lot, like 80% of your energy potential still in the biomass. So that means you would need to do something else. You would need to actually do anaerobic digestion or algae or whatever, many different other things. So I cannot really see the advantage of having these 2 stages. First make hydrogen and then make something else, methane for instance, or acetate. So to be honest, I think there was a boost of this technology some years ago, but now I think people have lost, somehow they found that it is not, I don't know if a lot of people disagree with me, but that's what I believe.
Yeah, well, I completely agree. It started off in the mid-90s, in fact, by hydrogen, but yeah, hydrogen is an intermediate product. And an intermediate, to scavenge an intermediate product from a complex process is very complex. So you need to separate it, you need to do all kind of artificial things to capture your hydrogen. And frankly speaking, with the current developments in PV cells or in electrolysis-driven techniques, it is a way much more easier to make hydrogen. You better let it go to methane, which is easier to capture in it. So I absolutely don't see a future for dark fermentation produced hydrogen.
Any positive feeling about hydrogen? No? So maybe one last question?
Yeah, maybe you can.
So, in principle, we saw many alternatives to the biogas, just to go to methane, right? So we can go to biogas in the mixture, I mean, methane and CO2. But in principle, it seems that it's the most efficient process, because if we go to volatile fatty acids, we get lower conversion efficiencies than if we go to biogas. Or if we try to upgrade the biogas, we need to reach certain percentage. So which is the main driver? We don't go to biogas because we can only go to heat and electricity and nothing more, and it is low economic value, and we are trying to look for alternatives. Or which are the main drivers to go beyond biogas, actually?
Well,
sorry for the questions.
No, so your question is, what are the main drivers to go beyond biogas? Yeah. I think at this moment we only valorize the energy that is in the methane and not the carbon, and that's an important one. We've done a study a few years ago in which we showed that if you make biomethane, which is an expensive process to do, but you use that biomethane specifically in the chemical industry to produce carbon monoxide, which they use as a feedstock, at current prices for the carbon monoxide with the dry reforming, you actually get a positive business case out of that doesn't need subsidies. Of course, it's less profitable today. Well, until recently, it was less profitable than just using Russian gas with all its emissions and turn that in carbon monoxide. But now that gas is getting more expensive, the value of the carbon in the methane, that has to be valorized a lot more. Whether it's for carbon monoxide, then you go to ethylene, and then you go into the polymer industry, whether it's for microbial protein, whether it's for other synthesis, that is what makes it really attractive. And if you go to longer duration molecules in terms of lifetime, like a polymer, then you're actually starting to fix carbon. And this is the type of routes we have to look at. If you're very efficient in making methane and you have a good way of delocalizing your methane by using the existing gas grid, then you can actually really start thinking of using that methane for carbon fixation. Just as an example, there's a process called super dry reforming where you take one methane and 3 CO2s and you generate 4 carbon monoxides. I mean, that's powerful chemistry. And then you give the carbon monoxide to another microorganism and you make ethanol, you condense it into a polymer, and then you do what you want.
I will say that I showed actually some examples of where you can use biogas, but there are many more. For instance, you can take methane and then combine with catalytical method or whatever you want, you can make methanol. So you have really something else that you can put as a liquid fuel or something. So you have many different technologies. So that can be the driver that, as you said, we don't only use the energy, but use the carbon, and we can move to a variety of different products. And combining different technologies, only not the biological, you can start. You can consider actually biogas as a platform chemical.
So shall we be friends of the petrochemical industry?
I didn't hear what you said.
According to these two answers, okay. Shall we make friends with the petrochemical industry? Because it seems that we are.
Well, why not?
No,
well,
we're not talking about
in the end, we would like to get rid of any fossil carbon to be utilized. So we have to go for bio-based anyway. And I think this, well, with wet processes, methane as an intermediate, and then going further with the proposed process, you can combine perfectly with pyrolysis or gasification of the more solid matter, making also syngas, and that you can enter both streams in kind of a syngas platform with hydrogen CO as the most important gases. And I think that will probably become a route anyway in the bio-based economy that we would like to anticipate.
Well, actually, I can add that we want all these products that have been produced from petrochemical before. We want them. We don't want to go to the primitive life. So that means we will find other ways to use it from biomass, and biomass can go very nicely to use as a platform chemical to combine with different ways, as you say, and then have the same product still.
And maybe if we need a gaseous energy carrier, and the question is whether we need it, but so far we need it, then maybe better to couple it to N than to C. There's much more N on the planet than C.
Because at the end, I mean, either anaerobic digestion or gasification, I mean, they remove all differences in chemical composition. At the end, you get methane, CO2, CO, hydrogen, CO2. At the end, you have two gas mixtures to work with, to develop, a chemical platform or biological platform from these gases.
Yeah, I think if I may comment that they're perfectly compatible in a way. I think it's important to also think from our sector what is currently being used as feedstocks, the hydrogen, the CO, the methane, how are we going to deliver what is already being used that will make the transition the easiest. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I think sort of we're missing an important point, which is carbon tax, and how is carbon tax gonna, shift and change. There's some predictions about how much each kilo of greenhouse gas per ton is gonna cost, and that can kill anaerobic digestion, in my view. If those emissions are not controlled, or we find, ways to deal with them that are appropriate, it might shift completely to, deal with sludge in a totally different way. So that would be a major driver.
I think actually the number one question we discussed was the most important, because if you leak methane and you have this greenhouse gas produced from the process, then actually you have killed all the advantages.
Okay, so maybe before the rector closes the session, we would like to thank the speakers for coming to Valladolid. We would like to thank Jean-Philippe and also Lutgarde for giving the talk. I would like to end up this session with a big applause and for them, and two announcements from the conference. So the first one, it's we apologize for the technical issues. I hope we can compensate you with the tapas tour that we will have at 8:30 in the main square, okay? So we expect you all there. Those of you that can come, you have the ticket on the reverse side of the identification, okay? So
where do we meet in the?
We meet in the main square, this red square we can pick you up in the hotel, we can discuss. And also a special request for, remember, there was 30 years ago, there was a meeting on anaerobic digestion, and some of the organizers and people that were there, they want to have a picture, the survivors of this anaerobic digestion, the anaerobic digestion workshop. So those of you that were 30 years ago, maybe at the end after the closure, maybe you can wait outside and have a picture. That was a kind request from John Ethan. So a big applause to everyone. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
¿Hemos sacado algo o no? Algo hemos sacado. Bueno, eso está bien. Algo hemos sacado. Nada, bien.
Bueno, tú das el final.
La mayoría son españoles, pues hay notas que estamos siguiendo, sí que hay unos cuantos extranjeros, pero todos los ponentes sí que hay
Muy buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Soy Antonio Largo, el rector de la Universidad de Valladolid, y lamentablemente pues, otras obligaciones me han impedido acompañaros en la inauguración de este workshop, como hubiera deseado y estaba previsto. Pero bueno, finalmente sí que puedo por lo menos estar presente en el cierre, en la clausura de este workshop. Así que lo primero que deseo pues, es darles la bienvenida, un poco tardía ya, pero darles la bienvenida a la Universidad de Valladolid, a todos los participantes en este workshop sobre digestión anaeróbica, y espero que haya sido fructífero, que la puesta en común de los estudios, de los trabajos y de las perspectivas que cada uno de los grupos, cada uno de los participantes pues, ha presentado sobre un tema que es cada vez más interesante, más importante y juega un papel más relevante. Yo casi lo he visto crecer en la Universidad de Valladolid, porque, bueno, tengo la suerte de conocer a Pedro García Encina y a muchos otros integrantes del Instituto de Procesos Sostenibles desde hace bastante tiempo, y he visto pues, el trabajo que se ha venido realizando en el campo a nivel nacional e internacional y también localmente en la Universidad de Valladolid. Es un campo pujante. El Instituto de Procesos Sostenibles pues, es una realidad donde se desarrollan estas investigaciones, y el cada vez más importante peso que tiene este instituto pues, no es más que la muestra de que los trabajos de investigación en este ámbito pues, son muy relevantes. Así que quiero también pues, felicitar y dar la enhorabuena en general al Instituto de Procesos Sostenibles y en particular a su director, a Pedro García Encina, por haber desarrollado el workshop, pero sobre todo por la trayectoria que llevan, la trayectoria investigadora que se traduce pues, en relevantes publicaciones científicas, en trabajos, en transferencia de conocimiento también hacia la actividad socioeconómica y muy particularmente en la formación de investigadores, que yo creo que es algo que cuidan mucho. Así que, sin más, pues deseando que haya sido un éxito y que disfruten también no solo del trabajo científico, sino también de la hospitalidad de la Universidad de Valladolid y de los integrantes del Instituto de Procesos Sostenibles, pues clausuramos este workshop sobre digestión anaeróbica. Así que muchísimas gracias a todos por su participación y buena suerte de cara al futuro en sus trabajos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Antonio, por las palabras, y creo que has dicho todo, ¿no?
Lo hemos clausurado, yo creo que ya.
Pues nos levantamos.
Venga.
Estaba esperando.